Hello, hello. We're back again. We're back again for the rest of this terrible day this family is having. Uh, Hopefully, I can make it through the all three remaining family members today. We'll see, because as we saw yesterday, those things are getting pretty complicated. So we'll see how long it takes. Although I don't have to get up tomorrow morning, so may just do a long stream. Because then if we're left with one person, that would get messy for the next time. Yeah. Hope all of you are not having a terrible day. Hope all of you are having a nice day and nothing bad has happened. Me, however, I could probably be joining this family in this terrible day picture, because, yeah, had to go outside into the outside world, take my car to the service and like safety checks, got stuck in traffic chaos because some lights got permanently stuck on red in all directions, so, you know, fun and safety right there. And then my car failed safety checks, so now I have to pay extra to get it fixed. So happy Christmas to me. Yeah. So I am joining all of them in the terrible time today. But yeah, it'll be fine. It will be fine. I'm gonna entertain myself with more of their drama. Anyway, hello Crystal, hello Digibob. Welcome to the stream. Hello everyone else who's quietly lurking in the background. That's fine as well. Okay, well, I guess next is the grandpa who we've already met him in Collington's story, right? Because he's the guy that was... He hates Colin, he thinks Colin is useless and worthless, and was being super mean to him. So he was actually the reason Colin had a terrible day. But we'll see what happened to him and why did he have a terrible day. The Office Inquisition. No one expects the Office Inquisition. Well. What we have here? Worst Boss of the Year, Devil Bailey. Well, I guess if someone is drawing a picture like that of you, you're not having a great day at all. Okay. So what's going on? The PC background has been crudely defaced using a program called PicPaint from Abzoogle. Yes, the Apple, Google, Amazon, everything company all into one. Yes, he's the awful guy from before that, yes, made Colin feel terrible. Why would someone do this? Well, maybe because you're a terrible person. He's got a device full of recordings. We have to like read transcripts. Okay, well, I guess yes, those investigations are just gonna get bigger and bigger. You know what? How about we read this in a little bit? How about we take a look around before we get into the serious reading? Because we have Best Boss of the Year, Donald Bailey. An engraved plaque for the best boss of the year, presented to Donald Bailey. Isn't that his name, right? Because they were the Baileys and he was Donald. Something in the desk. Okay. Yearly employee performance review. So yes, we've got various employees. Raymond Wellington. Performance. Arrives on time every day, communicates well with others, is dependable, works well with others, work is of high quality. And then whether they get a raise or not, like what raise they get. Okay, 3% minimum. So even if you suck at your job, you still get a 3% raise. I mean, pretty nice. 5% for good and 7 for excellent. So this guy is good. Because he's got some usually... So I assume you have to basically be excellent to get always. We can browse through this. So we have Max Stoop arrives on time, communicates with others, dependable. Okay, so what's the business here, right? Because this guy has 3 always, 2 usually. He's getting good raise. This guy, he's mostly got usually 1 always, but his raise is 7%. There's some business going on. Why do all programs have rectangular frames but computers are rectangular? I don't know. Zoe Wiles. So yeah, she's mostly always, only 1 usually. She's getting 5% raise. Interesting. Mickey James. Again, mostly always 1, usually 5% raise. Was Claire Hogg gets always. Everything is perfect, right? She's always on time, well communicates, dependable, works well, workers have high quality, always 5% raise. So that is only good. It's not excellent by their standards. Chris Wooler, 2 always, 3 usually, gets a minimum raise 3%. And then Robin Walker, this guy is a little bit all over the place with like, and he never works well with others, right? He's just a disruptive guy. No one wants to work with him. And he still gets 3% raise. I think that's everyone. Like the way this is arranged, we can't move them. We just can click through them to put them to the front. So I think I clicked all of them. But yes. What is Max Stoop doing that he deserves the 7% raise and no one else does? Right, what is the business here? Yeah, they do the performance review and it's all lies. Okay, we've got more people here freaking out. Phones are ringing. Someone's laptop is busted. Abzu Gold support ticket. Problem. My computer won't connect to the internet. Can someone pick up the phone? Stop ringing. Wow, that's annoying. Will it ever stop ringing? I'm sorry, but like a game thing, like please don't do that for a game. I don't want a constant ringing while I'm trying to think. My computer won't connect to the internet without the latest update, but it won't download it. Help! I accidentally left my laptop on the roof of my car when I drove off yesterday. Is it fixable? I don't know. A novel titled When Rats Attacked by H.V. Harkey. I'm sorry, but the phone is annoying, so I'm turning the sound effects off for now, so I can think. Okay, they've got... if I open it, will stop. I opened here, but the phone is still ringing, unless it's this. Like, I open her desk. She's got half an empty water bottle. A novel title, When the Crow Calls. Custom business card ordering website. 500, your design here. Yeah. Like, I can't... If I click on the phone on this picture, it just closes that window. So I can't make it... I can't make this phone stop. Please make it stop. Yeah, so here they have a full box of Sweet Dreams earplugs. And Tommy Tony's... Tommy Tonic. Okay, so like for upset stomach or something. Yeah, support ticket program is open. Okay, so is this the Appa Zoogle office? Is that where they're doing the support tickets? Appa Zoogle sheets. Are they doing math? A spreadsheet and calculator are open. They're doing revenue, expenses, all that sort of stuff. B-bomb, egg be gone. Okay, so it's just someone's stuff. You mean like she should pick it up. Yes. She definitely should, because it's annoying. She's a joy. It's such a load off my mind knowing you're watching her. Couldn't ask for a better friend. Oh, you know I'm always here for whenever you need me, girlfriend. Okay. They're like friends helping. I only got 5%. I have to work on communication. Don't we all, lol. 5% is good though. I just get so nervous when I have to talk to him. I don't know how to get over it. Don't beat yourself up about it, hun. Dad, he cut me off and just kind of barked at me. I don't know. It hurt my feelings. We all had bosses like that. It's just part of it. What if it's personal though? I hope I don't get fired. Don't be silly. Okay, this person's worried about their job. And a photo of a young girl. I assume that's their daughter. So what are we even gonna be filling in? Okay, we have to identify the people that are in the office. We have to identify who's who on each of the recordings. Apparently they're being interrogated, so that's interesting. And then who works where. So we have to identify who sits where. And then we actually have a very short sentence answer, but yes, there is going to be a lot of identifying of people. So yes, more computers. App Zoogle email, meeting on 5th of May, oil swap 11:30. Email Drafus. Report print 102 report. Is that the guy that his car blew up after the oil swap? I can't believe he's trying to tear us apart, but you and I both know this isn't the end. We're still together, whether we work together or not. XOXO, Melanie. On my mind, you will always be. Please, oh please, don't forget me. Okay, Melanie's like, oh, I will never leave you, even if I'm forced to drive. Oh, like, oh, it just says email Drafus. That's someone's name. I was like, what word is that? Drafts? Something? There is Dreyfus Bill. Dear Mr. Dreyfus, apologies for the delay. I can assure you it will not happen again. Your business is very important to us. I'm sorry to send such a long email, but we're offering so many exciting things, blah, 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 blah. I was beginning to think I wasn't going to hear back from you. Thanks for all the info. I'll be in touch. Okay, so they're just doing some sort of business. And they have, yeah, pro oil swap email from BGAP and then App Zoogle. We can't read the other emails. Okay. Another one, they do sheets, email, browser, calculator, tummy tonic, egg be gone, employee handbook. Rule 1, always be on time. You may be tardy once per month, but any more will be documented and penalized. Rule 2, no employee relationships. To maintain a peaceful work environment for everyone, boyfriend-girlfriend relationships are prohibited. Violators might be fired. Okay, so they're getting ahead of that drama that we've constantly seen in here, where they're like, no dating. None of that. This is not middle school. You don't get to date the people you work with. Clean up after yourself. Keep your work area and the break room clean. Anything left in the fridge over the weekend will be trashed. Rule 4, be a team player. Sometimes sometimes we will need a little help, and sometimes we all have to take one for the team. Expect to do tasks beyond your official job description from time to time. Do they get paid extra for it? Probably not. It's K-drama, yeah, but I'm sure they're still secretly having relationships. We're gonna uncover something, and that's how we're gonna find out, you know, why people are getting raises that make no sense based on their performance. Document complaints. If you have a dispute with a coworker or boss, fill out an official complaint form as soon as possible. Rest assured that your complaint will not be ignored. They will be appropriately addressed by management. Yeah, they always say that. Schedule time off in advance. Requests made less than 1 week in advance, except emergencies, will be denied. Okay. They're all taking a bunch of, like, upset stomach medicine and whatever, painkillers, so I'm getting the feeling that they're all pretty stressed in here. Empty cubicle. Okay, so no one sits there. Or someone's got fired and they no longer sit there. Tech support web call. We're sorry, we're experiencing issue with app as a Google product. But help is just web call away. Previous web calls. This date, those times. A novel titled A Tree Among Stumps. They've got a cup with W and also some painkillers. Because they're also stressed and are having migraines from it or something. Apparently it's break time again. Okay, he's just like, break time, let's run away. Are you saying you did it? Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. I'm saying he had it coming. A disposable water cup. Okay. So are they gossiping about this whole horrible boss thing? Okay, so we have, yes, it is another disastrous day. We have 3 of the family members left, so I'm hoping I can wrap it up, but this one is already looking super busy. So we'll see how we get on. Yes, here's the oil change guy, right? I think he should have offered to replace it, at least. I mean, who does that? Okay, who does what? They're always just talking like one sentence. I'm like, what are you talking about? Add more details to us listening in. Also, their toilet are for ghosts and frilly ghost. Which ghost are you? Attention, do not leave items in fridge over the weekend. Fridge is cleaned out weekly. Management, I mean, you have to. People are nasty. People leave like their stinky rotting food in the fridge and never clean up after themselves. So, gotta prevent that from happening. Okay, let's go into frilly ghosts. Okay, someone's there having a breakdown. He's gonna fire me. I just know it. Okay, she might be the person that's sitting on that desk with all of the messages where they're like, oh no, I'm so worried about my job. We can't go to non-frilly ghost. No one's in there. This door. Okay, so this is assistant manager's office. They've got success motivational poster. Be your own boss. BYOB. It's been months since your last Be Your Own Boss seminar. Aren't you sick of taking orders? Aren't you tired of not being in charge? Don't let your ambitions be lowered. It's time to be the boss. Join us for our upcoming virtual seminar June 6th and supercharge your path to the top. Spots are limited, so book now for the discounted price of $5,000. Yeah, that's right. Only $5,000 to learn to be your own boss. That also sounds like another scam, right? It's not an MLM, but it's another one of those, you know, oh yes, I am giving you lessons of how to become rich and successful. And it's just, you know, sell people seminars on how to become rich and successful. So, you know, because that's how they get all their money. Yeah, there seems to be some, like, family links going all over the place with who works well. Michael Smite. We've heard of the Smites before, right? One of the kids at the school was a Smite, so again, everyone in this town is like close to one another. Will tomorrow at 12:30 work for you? I need to go over the specifics with you. Raymond Wellington. Yes, tomorrow works for me. Okay, so Raymond Wellington works in this office, right? If his the person writing emails from here. I know we just hung up, but I actually just remembered a few more questions. So let's set up another call tomorrow, same time. Yeah, it's the boss babes and the boss non-babes. Claire Pugh? Hi Raymond, I was wondering if you could check with Donald about the raise request I put in earlier this month. I'm finally house shopping and I really need that extra 7%. Yeah, boss babes 3k, but boss man 5k. He might be waiting till reviews on the 2nd, but I will put in a word. You deserve it. Oh, whoops, I forgot about those. Thanks. Okay. So she was hoping to get 7%, but no one got 7 other than that one guy that seems to be getting favorable treatment even though he didn't even have the best performance review. Donald Bailey, I'm going to need you to work overtime again this weekend. All this legal stuff with Michael Smythe is dragging on and on. I probably won't make it in until midday on Saturday, but I need to be here at 8 AM sharp. Same time for Sunday as well. BTW, the latest batch of complaints are on my desk ready to be filed. I've put my recommendations on them. Okay, so the boss, as we know, is a terrible person, and he's like, oh yeah, you have to work the weekend. I'm not gonna be here the entire time, but you have to. You're the boss. Yeah, okay. Raymond Wellington may not be too happy about this. They've got stuff in their desk. How to deal with a demanding boss. 27 ways to cope without losing your pride. Yeah. Written by Sandra Sass. Such a name. You are strong. You are great. You are successful. You are a winner. Yay! I saw this book and thought of you. I know work hasn't been easy lately, but don't let him get you down. Just remember, it's all to support your loving family, your proud wife. So the wife is like, work sucks, here's a book. And okay, so here's the employee complaints. Robin Walker says, I have asked more than 10 separate times now for Raymond to shut his door. When he's on speakerphone, I can still hear it at my desk and he refuses to stop, and I think he's doing it on purpose to bother me. This is harassment. I've complained about this over and over, and I don't want more earplugs. And the recommendation for this complaint is more earplugs. The boss is like, I don't care what you think. I think you just need more earplugs. So, yes, this guy is mad about the assistant manager taking calls very loudly. Robin Walker again. Max and Melanie will not stop chatting across the cubicles. I cannot get any work done because of this. Please tell them to stop. This is a completely untenable work environment. Relationship? Okay, they're getting suspicious. Yes, they're all terrible. I think, you know, the reason they are all having a terrible day is because they are either terrible people themselves or they're surrounded by terrible people. But yes, Robin is just complaining and telling on other people. Again, Robin Walker. I think the water cooler needs to be moved into the break room. People congregate around it and talk a lot, and it's right next to my desk. Raymond is the worst and loudest offender. Please move the water cooler ASAP. Okay, move Robin to back of the office. I assume his desk is gonna be the one at the back of the office then, because there were earplugs there in the bin as well, which I assume he's like, oh yeah, I hate earplugs. Okay, actual complaint from someone who's not Robin Walker. Chris Wooler. I left my limited edition Hanley lunchbox in the break room over the weekend and now it's missing. I think someone stole it. I asked around but no one owned up to it. Please find out who did this. Well, I think what happened is that, yeah, it got thrown away because you left it over the weekend in the break room. So yes, they put the sign on the fridge. Robin Walker need earplugs. I asked Raymond very nicely to shut his door if he is going to talk on a speakerphone, and he told me he can do what he wants. Not only can I not concentrate due to his behavior, he is creating a hostile work environment. So yes, Robin Walker needs to calm down. Because, I mean, I understand it's annoying when people are noisy, but I think if you're putting the majority of complaints in your company, someone's gonna start thinking like that maybe you're the problem, right? Your boss is not gonna look kindly on this. But then, are we gonna say that Robin Walker sits here, right? Because this is now the back of the office, away from the assistant manager, away from the water cooler, and it's the desk that has earplugs in the bin because he's like, I don't want earplugs. So Robin Walker sits there. Actually, I already know that this guy is Donald Bailey, right? Because that was his name the entire time. And actually, here most of the names come together so we can organize them based on that already. So it's Max Stoop, Zoe Wiles. It was all on those performance reviews. Yeah, Zoe Wiles, Mickey James. Then it's Claire Pugh. Chris Wooler and Robin Walker. And then Melanie, we didn't have a surname for her, but she may have been fired for that whole suspected relationship, right? Because she wrote that card about how they can't separate us and all that stuff. I think I remember from us playing the game earlier on that this guy, right? Because this is the guy that had the oil change and his car exploded all over him. His name was Max Stoop. And he's also part of the family, right? So I think that was his name. And based on the stuff on the desk, right? Again, he had an oil swap at 11:30. And yes, this is Max Stoop's desk. So therefore, Max Stoop, he works on this desk. So for once, you know, one that's not super complicated. This lady. I think this lady might sit here because there was a lot of the stuff on this phone about like, oh, I only got 5% raise. I'm so nervous talking to my boss. And then she's talking to that being like, you know, what if it's personal? I hope I don't get fired. Like she's super worried about talking to her boss, and also her daughter. Her daughter is blonde as well. And now she's crying in the toilet about he's gonna fire me. I just know it. It feels like that would be her desk. But I'm not sure we have her name. Well, let's see if she only got 5%. Where are the ladies on their raises? Okay, Zoe Wiles get 5%. Claire, okay, they're all getting 5%. Claire Pugh gets 5%. Okay, there's only 2. Yeah, it could be improved by being able to do pictures, right? Or like link the identity, like link from here to here. So like you're linking the identity instead of having to double fill everything. Oh, I guess Chris or Robin might also be, one of them might be a woman because there's 3 women. I'm like, oh, this is the gender neutral names, just to further confuse us. But yeah, so we know this office here, this is Donald Bailey's office, he's the boss, right? And the second is the assistant manager, Raymond Wellington. So we know that's that. And we haven't actually started looking at the recordings, because I opened it and I was like, that's a lot. So I was like, how about we look at other things first before we get too confused? But yes, let's get the rest of the information before we attempt to solve more of it. You're sure there's no way to, technologically speaking, tell who did this? Afraid not. They're smart enough not to save it. That would have shown exactly when it was edited. And how do I know it wasn't you, huh, Mr. Tech Expert? Anyone with basic computer knowledge would know that. It literally could have been anyone in the office with 5 minutes to spare. Just tell me everything you saw during lunch today. I was trying to fix Chris's computer. It really needs to be replaced, by the way. Anyway, I couldn't hear because somebody likes to have loudspeaker phone meetings with the door open. So I called it quits after 15 minutes. Then I honestly didn't pay attention to who was in the break room or what they were doing. I ate my lunch and then went back to work on Chris's computer like 30 minutes later. Okay, I have a feeling who this person might be. No, alone. No, Chris actually was with me for a few minutes, but then the phone was driving me nuts. We really need an answering machine, by the way, so Chris had to go tell Claire it was ringing. Basically, right after she hung up, somebody decided to chat at the water cooler, so I couldn't concentrate. Who was chatting? Only the same people I've reported over and over. Why weren't you wearing your earplugs? I can't wear earplugs when I'm on a web call. Let's stay focused, alright? What else happened? Well, Chris came back around 2, and it sounded like the rest did too. Any idea who might have done this? Maybe your nephew wanted to play a little joke on you. Seems like something he would do. Yeah, so I assume they're investigating the fact that someone changed his wallpaper to be this picture. Okay, so recording 2. It was suggested you may have done this as a joke. What? You know I would never do that. Well, I know you were upset when I fired. I mean, yeah, but that's just business, trust me, I get it. And there are no hard feelings. Look, I did get back from that awful oil swap place until 1:30 p.m. Look, I got oil on my jacket. Anyway, I remember that email I forgot to send, so I got to work on that. I sent it right before that new guy came to his desk. We chatted for a bit, and then went to the break room together. Did you see anyone else out there? No, not until Raymond and I went back to work like 10 minutes early. Robin was out there by himself. Just saying. Okay, so you're thinking Robin did this. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but yeah, probably. He left the break room with Chris like 5 minutes before we did. Don't get me wrong, Chris was back before I left. I really didn't think Chris is involved. I really don't think Chris is involved at all. Thanks. Send the next person in. Yeah, so this is Max, right? Because he's the brother, whatever's going on in this family. Nephew, he said. So this is the guy. The first guy is the guy that's constantly complaining, right? Which I've like already forgot the names. The guy who's constantly complaining about the noise is Robin Walker. So recording 1, Robin Walker. Recording 2 is Max Stoop, right? Because that's the oil change nephew, all that stuff. Then recording 3. Well, before you even left, I hopped on that call with Michael Smythe, and it went on forever. You know how he likes to talk. It was 1:28 p.m. when the call ended. Trust me, I counted the minutes. Saw Claire at the water cooler, so we got a sip before heading to the break room. I think almost everyone was in there or showed up shortly after. Honestly, I didn't stay long. You know how awkward everyone gets when one of us is around. Anyway, I left with your nephew and we were shooting the breeze until it was time to get back to the old grind. Pretty sure you know who was out there somewhere. I could hear him sighing dramatically. Sorry, I can't be more of a help. You didn't see anything during the meeting? A certain someone said your door was open. Oh yeah, I saw him popping his little head up over the cubicle every now and then, glaring at me. I can always feel his stare. He eventually stormed off. Towards my office? No, towards the break room, I think. Anyway, I saw people pass by my office before and after that, but I really wasn't paying close attention. Well, who do you think did it? I mean, where should I start after those performance reviews? No, I'm kidding, you know, I don't think Chris has let that whole fridge incident go. Okay, so this is the assistant manager, Raymond Wellington, this third recording. Just tell me everything that happened at lunch, everything you noticed, down to the last detail. Okay. No need to be nervous if you have nothing to hide. So I was 5 minutes late to lunch, but I wasn't alone. Mikey was late too, so we walked to the break room together. 2 others were already in there, and then Robin came in maybe 10 minutes later. Then a few minutes later, I had to go to the ladies' room, but then I had to go get something from my desk. Go on. I happened to check the time, and it was 1:20 when I left, but I came back really quick. I was only gone 2 minutes, I swear. I didn't notice anybody else out there. And I didn't hear anything except for Mr. Wellington talking in his office, but I was in a hurry. Continue. So I passed Claire on my way back to the break room, and when I got there, I noticed Mikey was gone. Then I went back to the ladies' room, and a little while later, Claire came back with Mr. Wellington, and they had those little water cups. And then a little later, Mikey came out of the men's room. So I think he actually only left for the first time right after, and earlier he was just in the men's room for a really long time. But I assume this is the super nervous lady. I don't need to know who went to the bathroom. I need to know who went into my office while I was gone. It wasn't me, I swear. You're free to go. Said it the next person. Yeah, so this is her, the crying lady that sits over here, but I don't know what her name is, so yes, like, draw a mental arrow between her desk and her recording number 4. I just wanted to say that I can't believe someone did this to you. I certainly would never do such a thing. Okay, this person is a proper ass kisser. I certainly hope not. Now, tell me everything you remember about lunch. Okay, so I didn't leave my desk until I finished my current task. I just hate leaving work unfinished. The nice girl from accounting was heading to the break room at the same time I was, so we walked in together. A few of the others were already there. Sorry, I don't know everyone's names yet. So at one point, the front desk lady left because she heard the phone. Must be her sixth sense, right? Unfortunately, my burrito didn't really agree with me, so I eventually had to pop back to my desk for a little something to help me out. I think that was close to 1:35 p.m. The guy who works in, I think maybe he's related to you. I could hear him typing across from me. We walked back together a little before 1:40. I went back to work at 2 p.m. sharp with a few of the others. Anyone else stand out? Did you notice anyone leaving or anyone else around the cubicles? The tech support guy left close to the end of lunch hour, or was it earlier? Sorry, not sure. Oh, and the front desk lady left again after that because Chris came back. See, I do know some names. Oh yeah, Chris left at the same time as the tech guy. Oh, and the assistant manager left a bit early with your nephew? Yes, sorry, wasn't sure the relation. Yeah, that's about all I know. Any guesses as to who would have done this? No, none at all. This is a great place to work and everyone is so nice. Glad to hear it. Send the next one in, will ya? Okay, so this is whoever the new guy is in this place. That's their thing, but we haven't really established who the new guy is, so that's all we know. We're gonna have to link this whole who was with who, walking in where as well. Lots of linking, lots of linking. Well, I was reading for the most of lunch, but here's what I recall. Chris and I were the first to go at 1 p.m. Zoe and that new kid followed, probably 5 minutes later. Let's see. Then I think Mr. No Noise Allowed sauntered in a bit later. Then I had to get the phone. It was a customer who kept me talking for a while, but Zoe must have crept out before that because I passed her on my way to the phone. Who knows what she was doing? Anyway, I saw Mr. Wellington come out of his office, so we went to the break room together a little before 1:30. I tried to get some reading in for a bit, but I had to answer the phone again. It was dot honky about the new business card design. I only had 10 minutes of lunch left when I got back, so I just stuck my nose in a book and tuned everything else out. Did you see anything or anyone the second time you went to the phone? Yeah, Robin was huffing and puffing at Chris's desk. Any guesses on who did this? Seems like something a kid would do, don't you think? Maybe Robin or the new one, but also I wouldn't trust Zoe as far as I could throw her. I doubt she's as innocent as she seems. Okay, send the last person in, please. I pretty much stayed in the break room all through lunch, minding my own business, so I really didn't see anything. You never left because I was told you did. It was literally 3 minutes. I had to get some meds from my desk real fast, but Robin kept me talking for a little bit. We were together the whole time. So what else happened? Well, the phone was ringing off the hook and you know how Robin is, so I had to go tell Claire. Then I went to the bathroom and... Okay, so I think Claire is gonna be the reception lady because they're talking about her having to get the phone. Then I went to the bathroom and... You can leave out the bathroom details. I was only going to say that when I came out, Claire was back, but Max and Mr. Wellington were gone. And nothing happened before that, before you went to your desk real fast. I mean, I think everyone went to their desk at some point, but I wasn't keeping a log. And who do you think did it? I mean, look, I don't want to start anything, but I did hear the new guy complaining about his starting pay the other day. Like, really complaining. Apparently someone told him they started at a higher rate years ago, even though they had similar experience. Okay. Drama. Okay, but I think Claire, therefore, is the receptionist, right? Because they're saying the phone was ringing and we had to go get Claire and, you know, stuff like that. And then there is Robin and some other people. Robin is some sort of way. I'm not sure what's that about. Mikey was gone. Claire came back with Mr. Wellington. This is Mr. Wellington. Okay, so Claire at the water cooler. Okay, so I'm gonna say therefore this is Claire with the forever ringing phone. So she's Claire Hugh, and she sits over there at the reception desk with the phone. Who else? What else do we have? Because yeah, this is where the tech guy sits because he's fixing the things. This is the accounting lady. Then various people. Okay, so this might be where the new guy is, because obviously if you're the new guy, you would have the employee handbook and all that stuff. Because you're new, right? You don't know all the things yet. And he's a real like, oh yeah, I love you all. This place is great, and I work hard. This is some sort of. I mean, this person is also doing calls, right? Because they're like doing. They're doing some sort of calls, and they have a cap with W. But we don't have any first names that are W, so it's someone's surname, and we have quite a few W surnames. So how many people do we have? Okay, so he has tummy problems because he's got the tummy meds. This person has painkillers. There is tummy medication here. So yes, who was talking about needing tummy? I guess this is the new guy's desk that we've already established. But then, if there is no more other tummy medication, then is someone lying about getting tummy medication? Because there doesn't seem to be any. But yes, we have actually found all of the wards. So yes, we are at the place where we've got all the information we need, and now we just gotta work out everything. Well, we should be able to work out which of the recording was Claire then, if she's the one that's the receptionist. So we have the first three. So this is the woman from accounting that's super scared. So she's not Claire. This is the new guy. This person says, I was reading. Then I had to get the phone. It was a customer who I was talking to for a while. Tried to get some reading. Yes, so Daw was calling a Doug. It's not Daw, it's Doug. What is it? So yeah, this is Claire, the receptionist then, because she's saying, you know, someone was calling about the new business cards. And so, and on her desk she had the business card open. So I think, yes, she's recording 6 then. Claire. Robin said that Max was across from him, so one of the adjacent ones. Yeah. She wants the phone to stop ringing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm gonna go with she's over there and she's Claire. If it comes back as wrong, then we can inspect that thing, but we will see. We will see. So yes, Robin and Max. Let's investigate that then. For Robin came in. Mikey was late. Mikey was going to the toilet. Chris has let that whole incident go. Oh, okay, so this is about the lunchbox. Yeah, she's crying. Chris came back, Chris left. Well, I guess we can establish from this that the new guy is not Chris. Because that's the one person they know the name of. I mean, you never know with this game. Like, you might be overthinking, or it might turn out you're not overthinking and they actually set a trap. But for now, I'm just trying to go with... We'll see if that works. We'll see if they're being mean or not. Zoe and that new kid followed. So the new kids, the nice girl from accounting was heading to the break room at the same time I was, so we walked together. And then this other person in recording 6, which is Claire, says, Chris and I were the first to go at 1 p.m. Zoe and that new kid followed. So Zoe is the woman that cries, right? Because he says that nice girl from accounting was heading to the break room at the same time. And she's from accounting because she sits down here and clearly she's doing accounting. Yes, she's got spreadsheets and calculators. And the only other person with spreadsheets and calculators is this, which is the new guy. So that's Zoe, and Zoe sits here. So that leaves us with Mickey and Chris then. And therefore, also because we can also identify Zoe's recording then, right? Because she's crying and everything on it. Yes. So recording number 4 is also Zoe because she's all stuttering and crying and she's super stressed. So she's recording number 4. So yes, that leaves us with Mickey James and Chris Wooler. I mean, I guess we have more names, but in terms of seating, it's only Mickey James and Chris Wooler. We've done Max's stuff. We've done Zoe's stuff. Melanie doesn't even work here anymore. Robin Walker is also unidentified in terms of which of the names is it. Donald, Max. Raymond also needs to be assigned to a person. I have his office and his recording, but not his face. I mean, if I was just going by which of those guys is Raymond, I would go with this smug guy, right? Like, this is the most assistant manager look in this office, I would say. But let's not be like that. Let's not be guessing this way. Is there anything else? Okay, we know this is Max's stuff with the emails. This is the tech support guy. This is empty because I guess this is where Melanie was before she got fired. So we only have one woman, but it's like Chris and Robin could be either. So let's see if the who went to which bathroom is actually a clue in terms of you know, where they are. Chris came back. Chris left at the same time as the tech guy. Robin came in maybe 10 minutes later. Then a few minutes later, I went to the ladies' room. Power of stereotype. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna pretend I wouldn't really do it, but I'm trying to be like, let's think about it, right? Because yes, it's very tempting sometimes to be like, you know what that guy looks like? He looks like that sort of person. But I'm trying to be like, I use my brain here. No, she just says Mickey came out of the men's room, which is like, okay, I could have worked that out, as in, you know, in terms of between Robin and Chris, which one is the lady? I mean, this is me assuming both Robin and Chris are unisex name and therefore could be either the lady could be either Robin and Chris, but that just might be my not understanding names correctly. I was trying to fix Chris's computer, so I assume that's the laptop that's been completely destroyed down here. Yes, I accidentally left my laptop on the roof of my car when I drove off yesterday. Is it fixable? But does that tell us anything about which person is Chris? Probably not. And I mean, especially that they all got desktop computers, right? So why does Chris also have a laptop? What would be their role that they need a laptop as well? Okay, so who mentions who in here? Chris had to go tell Claire it was ringing. We really need an answering machine. Then the phone was driving me nuts. Okay, but oh no, because we know that Robin is the tech guy, actually. And he calls him Mr. Tech Expert. So Robin is not going to be a woman, right? Because you wouldn't call the woman Mr. Tech Expert, right? You would be Mrs. Tech Expert, even though that's probably... that's a weird way to refer to people. So therefore, Chris is the woman. So this lady's name is Chris Wooler. And therefore, she's the one that left the laptop on her roof. Laptop for personal use. I mean, she might like go out and, I don't know, do business, you know, be on the road, and so she needs a laptop when she's driving around to see clients or whatever. But it's just the fact that, yes, you've got multiple workstations. So yes, then there was stuff about people sitting next to each other, opposite each other, chatting. Chris was actually with me for a few minutes, but then the phone was driving me nuts. We really need an answering machine. Chris had to go with Claire Taylor's ring, basically right after she came up. Someone decided to chat at the water cooler, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nephew playing jokes. This is Max talking to him. He forgot... Okay, Okay, so I forgot to send out an email, so I got to work on that. I sent it right before that new guy came to his desk. We chatted for a bit and then we went to, but that doesn't help because I know where the new guy sits. I just don't know who it was. But then he says the new guy, but then he uses names for other people. So the new guy is not Robin and not Chris. I mean, Chris is this lady. Well, if we go by Chris is the lady, right? So we're basically we've got Robin and we've got Chris. If that's the case, we know where Robin sits and we know Chris is not the new guy because this is Chris. Therefore, the new guy has to be Mickey James and he sits here and Chris Wooler sits here. Okay. That's all the seats arranged. We get no celebration sound effect because I had to turn all sound effects because the phone is annoying me. So yes, I'm gonna call the receptionist and be like, could you please pick up the damn phone because it's ringing. So we've got that. Now we've gotta identify those 3 people in terms of who is who. I mean, I feel like this game is just tempting me into saying this guy is the assistant manager by just the look of him. Apparently it's break time again. I mean, this guy, right, the way he's having an attitude right now, right? He's like standing here saying, apparently it's break time again, and he's like giving a side eye at the people by the water cooler, right? That feels like this is going to be Robin Walker, the tech guy, constant complainer about people having chats and talking at the water cooler. And then, yes, we're basically between the assistant manager and the new guy. And therefore, I guess we're going with the stereotyping, right? Because this must be the assistant manager. And this scared little dude is the new guy. Yes. In the end, we're stereotyping. I was being like, I can brain through this. No, we're stereotyping. Okay, so who are we missing for the phone calls? We're missing Chris. Hasn't been identified for the phone call. And I guess Mickey hasn't been identified for, not the phone call, the interrogation tape. Because I didn't know what his name was. Yes, stereotypes work, except for they don't, and then you embarrass yourself by saying something terrible. No, this is the reports. He has the things. So number 5 is the new guy, and number 7 is whoever's left. So number 5 is Mickey James, and number 7 is Chris Wooler. Yes, that's also all correct. So what happened? So I assume this is while Donald Bailey, I'm gonna need all our words, was out for lunch, right? Because this happened during lunch. Someone went into his office and defaced his computer background because yes, now we got because yes, we actually have to, from all of those testimonies, right? I actually have to go back and work out who did it. Who did the wallpaper? Who drew the terrible, terrible things on his computer. Yes. Was out for lunch, went into his office. Someone went into his office. Defaced his computer because Donald did something. Actually, I think from the words I have, it might be about the fact that Donald denied the raise. I mean, I know that Robin has a lot of grief, right? Like, Robin has a lot of, oh my god, this company, everyone's making noise, no one listening to me, no one's following any rules, right? But I don't think he would have done that, right? I think he likes to complain, but that's also because he's a rule follower maybe, and therefore his resolution wouldn't be to go and draw on the boss's wallpaper. That sounds like a silly thing. There was the other thing about the lunchbox that was thrown out, but again, I know people are crazy. I know that's a thing, but again, would there be so crazy to go and mess with their boss's computer over a lunchbox? Because that sounds crazy. So, considering we're talking about raises, and specifically one of the people wanted a raise so they could buy a house, right? And then they don't get the raise, and then therefore they can't buy a house, and they're like, I'm so mad. Like, I mean, that seems like my best clue here. So that we got that info from an email from Claire, right? Claire says, yeah, can you check with Donald about the raise? Because really need that extra 7%. And he says, wait for the reviews, right? But then when the reviews come along, Claire, she only gets 5%, even though she is doing everything perfectly, right? That feels like something you may feel very strongly about, because if you're doing everything perfectly, you don't get the big raise, but then a guy that's, you know, barely even reaching the levels of what you do, he gets 7% because he's the boss's nephew. You're gonna be mad about that, right? So, does that mean Claire did it? I know we have to check with those recordings about who was where. Because we know Claire was in the area because she was doing all the whole... The phone was ringing, so I had to go, right? Claire had to go... I had to go get Claire because of the phone ringing. Stuff like that. Everyone, where's Claire? This is just him complaining about... I had to go to Claire, it was ringing, blah, 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 blah. They all did it together. Maybe, but we don't get to... I don't think that's an answer we can give. You know, I'm sure some of them share the feeling. Saw Claire at the water cooler, so went to get a sip before heading to break. So, that's an interesting one. Saw Claire at the water cooler, so we got a sip before heading to the break room. Right, because 128 is already through lunch, right? Because I assume 1 is when they all get to lunch. Claire is the receptionist, which means if she's coming from the lunchroom, which is here, the only place she has to go to deal with the phone is to go to her desk over here. Right, and she's on recording 6, and I assume she doesn't say anything about the water cooler. Yeah, they went at 1, yeah, so that's when it started. Yeah, so she had to get the phone, talking for a while. she's saying Zoe was around, or she's like throwing things like, oh yeah, Zoe was out there and I wouldn't trust her, right? And I saw Mr. Wellington come out of his office, so we went to the break room. But what Mr. Wellington says is that he saw Claire at the water cooler, which means she was out of position. She was out of position because she was over here, which is on the way from the boss's office, right? So I think that's now multiple things pointing to Claire did it. So Claire went into his office and they faced his computer background because Donald denied Claire's where's the word? Raise. There we go. She evil. When Donald denied Claire's 7% raise despite giving her a great review, Claire wanted revenge. When he left for lunch, Claire waited and she thought everyone was in the break room. Then she pretended to hear the phone ringing and snuck into his office. She was almost caught leaving the scene when Raymond's meeting ended, but she used the water cooler as an excuse and got away with it. There we go. And this is what happened to Donald. Yes, the boss is evil. Like, yes, it doesn't feel like it is undeserved on his part to be that be happening to him. Okay, well, this wasn't too bad. There was a lot of reading, but we did it. So now we're on to Grandma. I assume this is Grandma, mother of Colin Tink, right? Because we already done both Belinda and Donald Bailey's, which are the parents of Caroline Tink. So this is Grandma from the other side of the family. Investigation 9, the Great Bingo Brawl. First chapter, okay, we're gonna see. His terrible day was someone putting up an uncomplimentary picture of him. Youch, that's a gushy life. Yeah, exactly, right? Everyone else is like, my car exploded, my boyfriend dumped me, my father-in-law is a terrible person and is berating me. I think so far the mother is like, you know, got sucked into MLM. That's a terrible life. But yes, let's see. Oh, they are fighting. The walking sticks are out and they're fighting. So yes, there is absolutely brawling happening. Can we turn sound back on? Is there gonna be annoying phone sounds? We'll see. Yes, they're fighting, they're arguing, he's crying. Grandma here is just like, oh, I'm too old and tired for this. I need to lie down. It's too much, too much. Wow. Yes, that's a lot of people though. And then we have some sort of stations, library, rec room. Okay. 39 words to find. Well, there's a guy with a name tag, Joe, so why does the woman in the wheelchair need a cane? I mean, some people switch what aids they use, right? So they may use wheelchairs, but then they may be able to travel shorter distances using a cane. So like, sometimes it's easier for them because they can get into places they wouldn't normally be able to. So it varies, right? Not everyone uses the same aids every single time. Like, so she might have it with her for like, oh, and you know, I can transfer to a different place using the cane or something like that. Anyway, let's start with this guy. He has a name tag, so Grandpa. Okay, he's here. visiting Grandpa. Bingo. So here's a fun story. Story, not a story. Here's a fun fact. I have never been to bingo, never played bingo. I don't... I mean, I get the vague understanding that you collect the numbers and you have to make a line to make bingo, but yes, I don't truly understand what is the point of bingo. What do people do at those things? Right? Like, what, do they just read out numbers and you sit there and listen to the numbers? Is that the whole thing? I don't know. Yeah. Okay, well, I assume he didn't win anything, because he's got no lines. I say I don't understand it in terms of, like, why? Right? If all you do is you go to a place and then read numbers and you check on your paper whether you have the numbers, I'm not sure I understand the appeal, right? Like, because it seems to be something people do as an entertainment. And I'm like, is that it? Gambling for people with a lot of time. Okay. Okay. I guess if you have nothing else to do, then that's something you do. Because I'm like, you know, if you're listening to people saying numbers, it's not like how much chatting can you do, you know, if that's what's going on. Visitor, Mapleton Retirement Home, Joe L. I think we've met Joe before, right? Joe was employed or is still employed at the car oil changing place, right? I think that's where we saw him. I'm coming, my sweet Gigi. Okay. He's talking to one of the women. He also is not winning at bingo. You're nothing but a fat... Grandpa! With the words. He's definitely not winning at bingo. Maybe she needs her hearing checked. This person is double winning at bingo, except this card looks different, right? Because those cards are like kind of yellowy, but this one's like photocopied or something, so I'm not sure what's with that. I have never... Okay, Grandma's just completely outraged here. See? I told you to check it. Okay, she's not winning at bingo. She's got hearing aids. Are they attached to her or in her pocket? They don't. Okay, you couldn't do a cross because you would have already won. Okay, well, I mean, I assume we can go through people's bingo cards and see that they have also marked those numbers, right? So, confirm that the numbers were actually called as this card would imply, and not that they were just like cheating about it. I'm gonna have to write them down so I don't have to constantly check this page. 52, 28, 12. Yeah, the card looks different, right? It looks like photocopied or something, like it's not a real bingo card. But yeah, we can check here. Number 1, they didn't have number 1. Number 12 was called, right? Because they have it stamped. Number 52 was called. Number 66 was called. And they didn't have 51. 74, not 73. 31, no, they didn't have that. 27, yes. 2, yes. 46, yes. 28, yes. Okay, so most of their numbers add up. Calm down, it's just a game. No, they're taking it seriously. You what? He's also got hearing aids. He's got 31 and 52. Are we gonna be finding out that, you know, a bunch of them can't hear and so they marked their numbers incorrectly? She's like, she's also got hearing. She got nothing on her card because she's just sleeping, right? They wheeled her into the room and she's like, yeah, whatever. Nap time. But then... cane fencing time, yes. Then, yes, we know nothing about the number 73. Bingo extreme rules. Oh, player must make an X across their entire card to win. Okay, so it's not just line, it's an X bingo. You have to specifically get an X. Put called numbers in the blue box to verify all marked numbers on the winner's card have been called. Any disputes settled by CNA lead. Okay, so yes, it's advanced bingo. So we have 1, 31, 21, 7, 77, 11, 50, 70. Okay, well, then this very much does not add up with the numbers they have marked up on that card, right? Because those are not the numbers that were on the card. But that means those are also not the numbers that other various people have marked off on their cards. So something's going on, right? Because that means they're all marking up the wrong things based on this. Certified nurse assistant. Okay, I have never heard of that. But that makes sense. Okay, so there is some shenanigans. A cage of bingo balls. Shenanigans with the bingo, but yes, it's just a bunch of old people that are just marking whatever on their cards because what's going on even in this place. And by checking all of them, we've only got 3 wards. No, this is egregious. Okay, so she's got the bingo card filled in with all of the numbers. Okay, so this is the same card. This is the card, right? Is it the same as this one? Yes. So she's got it like a proper bingo thing. And this person's got it like this copy thing. But then, yes, the balls are different. And so, what? Are the nurse assistants rigging the bingo? Right? Because instead of reading what's on the balls, they are just reading what's on their piece of paper. Am I just confused by bingo or is something fishy going on in here? But yes, I think that's everything in this room. No, there's this calendar. Okay, it's Friday the 3rd. We already knew it was Friday the 3rd, right? Because it was also Friday the 3rd when we went to the middle school, and obviously this is all happening on the same day, so that's how that works. How deep does this rabbit hole go? It's like, why would you cheat at a retirement home bingo? I assume there aren't even any prizes, right? Maybe you get extra biscuit with your tea. Okay, nurse stations. We've got employee handbook, resident rules and regulations. Our top priorities are the care and comfort of our residents. In order to encourage peaceful living for all at the facility, these rules and regulations must be followed by all. Our home is your home. We want Maple Assisted Living to feel like a true home. Please feel free to use all facilities during the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Respect the quiet hours at 8 p.m., 7 a.m. The cafe, library, and rec room are closed after 8 p.m. Residents are encouraged to rest in their rooms until 7 a.m. You have to go to bed at 8 p.m. Wow. Absolutely no cheating at games. Well, what if the nurses are cheating at the games? We have a zero tolerance policy for cheating. Any residents caught cheating will be banned from all Rec Room games and raffles for a minimum of 60 days. Library checkout logs required. Residents are free to check out as many books and or DVDs as they please. There you go. You can get all the books you want instead of having to go play bingo. As they please, but they must use the library checkout log. No late fees. Keep emergency contacts updated. Resident can alert staff whenever an update is required. Otherwise, a CNA will check in monthly. Jordan, I wanted to put in a formal request for a chess club to be added to the Rec Room schedule. As the game leader, is that something you can make happen soon? I have recently taken an interest and would love to have people to practice with regularly. Mr. Fal is my best reading of that name. What else? Chippers, the chippiest chips around, now with more salt. Yes. Normally everything is now with less salt, but they're like, more. I want more salt. Oat bar, corn cola. They got snacks. If you want to keep my mouth shut, you will do as I say. Enclose their two identical cards. Keep the copy and give the original to the first resident to enter the Rec Room. Make sure this card is the winner tomorrow. Or else. Ooh, this goes deeper. It goes deeper. There is blackmail now. Okay, so yes, the cards are rigged. And then, yes, so instead of reading from the balls, the person at the podium is reading from the card. And then they're cheating of who's gonna win the bingo. I know what you've been doing. Did you really think no one would notice what was missing? I'll keep your dirty little secret under one condition. Make sure tomorrow's raffle winners are rooms 101 and 102. Or else. Wow. I can totally see this nursing home is full of excitement. Another nurse's desk. I couldn't put it down. Coffee Walsh, their times. First they begged. First they begged, then blackmailed. When Detective Harvey Poole agreed to look into a mysterious fight by the local dam, all clues led back to a secretive group of the Boyfriends Club. Check out the previous Detective Harvey Poole novels, Nothing to Lose and Switched at Birth. Yes, the random thing that will have the various words you're gonna need. Yes, blackmailed, yes, we needed that, right? Because obviously on a blackmail note, you're not gonna write, this is blackmail note, just to be clear, and also, you know, to give us the word, so they needed a different thing. Promotion approved. Congratulations on your role as the CNA lead. Increase of 12% has been granted. Appear on your next paycheck. Okay, so someone has been recently promoted to be the CNA lead at this place. And they are not the person being blackmailed. Call CT room change request that was completed Tuesday morning. Yeah, I think they were specifically saying they are not blackmail in the blueprints letters, right? They were like, this wasn't blackmail at all. I don't understand. You've read it and you've misunderstood. Spoilers, I guess. A cup of black coffee. Okay, emails with Colin Ting. Hello, I called earlier about my grandma's rune request. I just wanted to add that she already found someone willing to switch with her and would greatly appreciate expediting this request. Thank you for reaching out with your request. Due to staffing issues, we have scheduled the room change for the 5th of June or the 6th of May. One of those things. Either way, it's in the future, right? Because it's the 3rd of May right now. We have provided your grandmother with earplugs to increase her comfort for the time being. We apologize and thank you for your patience and understanding. Okay, were they having noise issues again? I'm sorry to be a bother, but my grandmother has not been able to sleep well for over a week now. I understand there are staffing issues, but she absolutely cannot wait until the 5th. I will have to contact the owner of the facility if this is not resolved by tomorrow. Okay, but he's pushing, so they may have done the room switch earlier on. Carlita's Cake, Carlita's Cake House. Hey again, just wanted to follow up with you about the gift cards. We would be thrilled to donate more for your bridge club. Is $10 a good amount? Could you send Mr. Everly to pick him up again? 10 would be amazing. Thank you so much. Tomorrow afternoon sounds great. You get... Okay, I take it back. They give you $10 for cake here, right? $10 for a cake voucher. So you actually get to win cake. Fine. I'm going to bingo. I want cake. Maple Botanical Gardens. Hi there. We would be honored to donate 2-day passes to our gardens. As added bonus, we can offer free lunch at one of our free on-site cafes. All free are wheelchair accessible. We can also accommodate any dietary restrictions your resident may have. Should be expect your winners on 10th of May, I guess. Best wishes, Mapleton Botanical Gardens. They forgot to like leave a hint somewhere about which date format we're using, but I think we're doing American. Thank you so much. I know our lucky winners will enjoy a day out at your amazing gardens. Yes, the 10 works perfectly for us. Thanks again for your generosity. Okay, so they have various businesses donate prizes for the winners of the games, and therefore, yes, there is actually something at stake for cheating. New resident inquiry, Jimmy L. Hi, my family has come to the hard decision that my father needs to enter assisted living. We were wondering if any rooms are currently available. Thanks in advance. Thank you for reaching out. We understand how difficult this transition can be, but rest assured that your father will be in great hands here. We play games, have clubs, and facilitate fun and relaxation. Yes, and also brawls and violent entertainment. We will have one bed available as early as the 15th. Please call us at that number, and one of our friendly certified nursing assistants will assist you. Great, thank you. Sounds perfect. I will call when I get off work tonight. Okay, so this person recently moved in because that was in April. Anything else on this desk? It's just vigorous exercise. Yeah, you have to exercise when you're old because, you know, it helps apparently. Full bottle of water. Mrs. Gibbs, thank you so much for going the extra mile to make our dad's transition comfortable. Calvin's family. 20th of April, try to get Alice and Chester to try CPAP for their snoring. Both refused. Is that what the noise complaints are about? The snoring? Because, yeah, that's pretty annoying. Tried again, CPAP, both say they can't sleep with it on, took machines back to storage. Advised Calvin to keep music down during quiet hours, first time offense. Okay, and then other people are playing loud music. Fitted Geraldine with a new hearing aid. Okay. Someone got a new hearing aid. May be important. Someone's, well, got the supplies for knitting. Are they knitting? Who knows? Nothing in this bin. Okay, we still got the library. Mapleton assisted living rec room schedule. So bridge. Partner up and get ready to play bridge. The winning team gets two $10 gift cards to the cake house. Okay, so that already happened. Knitting. Our very own Diane leads a beginner-friendly knitting class every Sunday. Also plays Friday. Okay, so that might be the clue to Diane is the nursing assistant that has the knitting supplies in her desk. Day pass raffle on the 30th. We're giving away 2-day passes to the Mapleton Botanical Gardens with free lunch included. All raffles done by room number. Okay, so that's the blackmail letter was like, make sure 101 and 102 get the raffle prizes, right? So someone's like, we're going to the Botanical Gardens for lunch. And yes, Bingo Extreme. They're definitely made the Bingo Extreme. Make an X on your card for a chance to win a $10 gift card to Apazoogle. 1 round, 1 winner. Okay. So, and by the way, Apazoogle, which is, I assume, a bigger company, gave less gifts than someone's cake house because they gave 2 $10 gift cards, right? So they gave $20, but Apazoogle is just like, you get 1 gift card. Even though they're like big corporation, I assume control all of the online thingies, since they're all of the Apples and Googles and everything. Ladder drop-off, checkout log, C lane, bridge, a primer, Paul, chess essentials, C Longford, Call of the Wild, C lane, Les Miserables, Gretchen, Memory of a Master, Memoir of a Master, Mrs. Wallace, Cowboys, the movie, Gretchen, Pride and Prejudice, Longford Bridge, a primer. Okay, they're all trying to get into bridge. Mrs. Wallace, Away with the Wind, and A. Campbell, Meditations. Well, I assume that's for everyone's names. Welcome to the Vintage Corner. Enjoy a blast from the past with our rotary dial phone, fountain pen, and a classic typewriter. Oh my god, they're like, oh yeah, you old people, here's some old objects for you to play with. Relive the good old days of snail mail. Use the letter drop-off box to send mail to your fellow residents and even staff. Hand-delivered by our friendly CNAs each afternoon around 3 p.m. Please let staff know when ink, paper, or envelopes run out. Okay, well, we even get a clock to say it's currently 6:10. So we know, but well, we know they're at the bingo, right? So it just started, and it's already drama at the bingo. And then we have, yes, a rotary phone, fountain pen, vintage typewriter. Did I forget to click award somewhere? No. Well, I have 38 out of 39 awards, so I did forget to click award somewhere. Where is there a blinky I haven't yet clicked on? Because the circles are the things I have collected, right? It's the kind of star shape that's things I haven't done. I forgot. Oh, oh my! There's a whole different section going through here. Okay, so here's the rooms. Okay, that's interesting because I was like, well, it's only 1 word missing, so I just must have like missed a word in something. But no, it's a whole section of rooms. But out of all of that, we're going to only get 1 word. Nobody has bad habits. Even cola is made of corn. Cola being made of corn is not a good thing. Like, it's not healthy. I mean, in America, cola is made out of corn and it's not good, right? Like, because all that sugar. in the corn. Okay, so this is 101. Yes, they won the Mapleton Botanical Gardens Day Pass Admit one. Looking forward to our next game. I think that book I was telling you about gave me the edge. I crammed like a college student the night before. Ha ha ha. I've got a proposal for you. How would you like to have my gift card to Carlitas plus whatever prize we win next? I'll trade it to you for your day pass to the Botanical Gardens. I was really wanting to win that today. Give it some thought. CL. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of information here about people like trading things, who has what. I mean, obviously, yes, sugar is sugar. I just mean like corn cola is not going to be healthy, right? If you're drinking a can of sugar, either way, it's not good for you. And cola's definitely not good for you in any way. So I guess it's not healthy in a general sense. Yeah, but excessive sugar bad for you. Hey girl, hope you're enjoying your new room. I'm loving mine. They say a change is as good as a rest, you know, but I guess you weren't getting much before. Since you kind of owe me one, I was wondering if you might be willing to part ways with that day pass you won today. I know the outdoors aren't really your thing. Let me know. You know where to find me. Okay. Interesting. Because it was Grandma Tink, I don't actually know her first name, that wanted to change room, right? And this is mentioning enjoying your new room. If this is Grandma Tink's room, that means Grandma Tink is somehow in on the blackmail scheme in order to win all the prizes. Naughty Grandma, naughty, naughty. Sweet dreams, earplugs. Yes, an open pack of earplugs. Tricycle playing cards. Was she cheating at bridge as well? Then we have 102, which is the other person that won the tickets. Okay, so this is the CPAP machine here by the bed, right? So they're gonna be one of the people that actually use the CPAP. Yes, a CPAP machine. Okay, to Grandpa, a whole stash of corn cola and also cards. Hey, buddy. You're getting pretty good at bridge. Having a good partner is key to success, and I'm sure you've noticed, my partner is serious about her games. Always first to the rec room and last to leave. I've got a proposal for you. What if I told you some of my bridge secrets and even partner with you sometimes in exchange for that garden day pass you won today? I really wanted to win that one. Let me know, CL. Okay, so whoever CL is, they're really like working hard, being like, oh yeah, can we trade? Can I get something from you? All that stuff. Dear Sugar, it's so sweet of you to not go without me, but I still can't believe her. So ungrateful. As for the other thing, I really need you to keep being discreet. It'd be one thing if Sam could keep a secret, but I know my kids would end up hearing about it, and I'm just not ready to deal with all that yet. I hope you understand, Sugar. Besides, it's fun to feel young again. How about you sneak on over tonight around 9 p.m.? It'll be easier than ever now that the neighbors, that we neighbors, forever yours, Gigi. Trust me, you're sharp as a tack. Okay, so romances. Yes, people are sneaking over and doing naughty things and disturbing the neighbors with their nightly escapades. But yes, Grandpa likes cola. So yes, there is interesting things happening. 103. They also got the CPAP machine. That, like the chippiest chips around with more salt and also playing cards. Dear brother, you'll never get me to go near that awful machine, so give it up. The noise reminds me of my first job as a secretary, and I hated that job. Just be happy I'm sending you snail mail at all. Switching rooms has been great for this early bird though. I have watched the sunrise every day this week from my window. I bet you're loving seeing the sunset from yours. Your loving sister. Okay. So this is to do with room positions, right? Because where she's writing from, she's seeing the sunrise, but she's talking to someone who is seeing the sunset and all that. So that's gonna be all. I actually haven't looked. Okay. I was like, based on that, I think we're looking at placing people into rooms, and yes, we are. So we're gonna have, obviously, identify everyone. Put them in the rooms, and then a giant story as well. So we've got our work cut out for us. Yes, people don't use full names, just like, oh yeah, your sister, dear brother, whatever. Honey bun, please don't think anything of it, my dearest one. I was just trying to be nice to poor old Gretchen. Some people can't just take their hearing aids out like we can. As for the new guy, you're more than enough for me, Honeygun. Let's meet in the cafe around 8:30 Monday night, okay? I've been missing you too. Forever yours, Gigi. Hello, Pete's sake. Thanks for stopping by the stream. So this person has a letter from Forever Yours Gigi talking about sneaking in at night and all that stuff. And this person has a letter from Forever Yours Gigi being like, honey bun, you know, you're more than enough for me, honey bun. So are we saying old people love drama, right? We've done middle school love drama. Apparently we're back in the K-drama business, just this time. We're in the retirement assisted living home instead. 104 knitted hat. They've not got CPAP machine. They've got rose perfume. My dearest Gigi, are you sure everything is okay between us? I mean, we were finally neighbors and then you upped and switched. You're breaking my heart here, Gigi. I hope you're not going to replace me with that new guy. I saw him making eyes at you. Let me know when you can meet me. It's been too long, and I'm missing you badly. I wish your niece didn't work here. That we could be together, and that new guy wouldn't know to, and that new guy would know to keep his distance. Yours truly, your honey bun. Yes, so honey bun is writing to Gigi. Yes, dynamite. So this is whoever Gigi is. This is her room, right? Because she got the letters to Gigi. My sweet Gigi, can you believe it's going to be our 4th month anniversary next week? Oh my god, they're even doing 4th month anniversaries. Definitely middle school drama. The 7th will be here before we know it. Time flies when you're in love. I'm planning a little something special for us. It all goes according to plan. Love always, your teddy bear. I'm still working on your scar. Okay. Potentially that's the person that was going like, oh, I want to get all the vouchers and whatever because I want to take my sweet Gigi on some nice date or something like that. Oh yes, she got letters from multiple people, right? Honey bun, teddy bear. And also, are some of those nicknames basically the same nicknames that they were using for the dogs? Because there was Teddy Bear and there was a Honey Bun or something like that. Dear Gigi, good news. I'm finally sending you snail mail. I hope you can read my handwriting because I refuse to type on that ancient thing. Bad news. She said no to me too, so I gave mine away. I really only wanted it if I could have alone time away with you. I feel like a teenager again, all excited about my new girlfriend, but having to sneak around. Never thought I'd have to do that again. Lol. Don't you... Grandpa's saying lol. Don't you think it would be easier to just come out with it? I know it might be hard for your family at first. It was hard for my kids when I first started dating again too. But they all came around. Love, Sugar. P.S. My call has stopped disappearing. Maybe I was just going senile. Lol. Okay, so this is potentially the guy that was trying to get the voucher or something because he's like, she said no to me too. I gave my away. It was only for a long time with you. Okay. First hour anniversary. Yes, very, very drama. Okay, so Gigi is spinning at least 3 plates in this house. So we're gonna have to identify all that drama. So we have 105. Another botanical garden pass. Dear Teddy Bear. Ooh la la! What could be the surprise be? I can't wait to find out. I wouldn't have wanted to spend these months with anyone else. You truly are my one and only. How about meeting me in my room after 9 p.m. on our anniversary? It's been too long since we've had some time to ourselves. Love always, Gigi. She has to like carefully manage her calendar of like, oh yeah, okay, so this guy is coming on that day and that guy is coming on that day. But I have to make sure, like, they're basically like live door to door, right? So you have to make sure that no one sees the other guy sneaking into your room because otherwise they're gonna know, right? So she really must be very good at managing that whole calendar and stuff so that no one finds out. So yeah, this person is the person with one of the botanical passes. Basket of knitting supplies. And we have 106. Meditations, markers or this. Okay, so there was specifically it said who borrowed this book last. So that's probably how we get the name for this room. Dear Sis. April 27. All right, I surrender. I've been trying to catch that sunset every evening when there's no game going on. You know, I can't miss the games. Sure, it's peaceful though. In other news, my son brought me my favorite chippers the other day, but I think that new guy might have helped himself to some. There's a bag or two missing, and I know you didn't like them. I don't have proof, but I think he's just the type to take things that aren't his. Just wanted to state that for the record. Trust me, he's shady. Love, your bro. Yes, the little bust is like, you know, I mean, if, you know, everyone in this universe looks like that, then obviously the bust is going to look like that. I've just realized what's going on. More than the other thing. The nursing assistant was stealing people's snacks. Yeah? And the resident, or one more, I don't know, a number of residents, maybe one, maybe more, found out about the stealing of snacks. And that's how they're blackmailing the nursing assistant into letting them win the games, right? Because under one of the desks, or in one of the desks, they had all the different snacks in there, like the chips and the cola and like bars and stuff like that. So, and people are saying my stuff was going missing, and now this person is being blackmailed and the stuff is no longer going missing. So I think that's what they're being blackmailed about. So that might be the story, at least for that part. And obviously, once they start being blackmailed, they're like, well, I better stop stealing, right? Because I don't want to get into any more trouble. And yes, they have the corn bar and the oat bar, which, yes, that was also in that desk of the assistant, the stolen snacks. Okay, so now we have all the wards, and I think we've went through all the rooms. So that's all that. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the library has all the stuff, right? So we have A. Campbell got the meditation, so I assume that's going to be the person who's in room 106. Meow. Hello. Someone's here to say hi. Hello. You wanna say hi to everyone? Hmm? You just wanna scream? Yes, she's here for her attention. Yeah. Get some scratches. Leave some fur all over my face. Wanna sit on your chair? There we go. Yeah, so A. Campbell is gonna be who was in room 106. And it's a woman because it was like sister and stuff like that, right? We have Alice. Oh yeah, actually is Alice the only A name we have? Because then that makes it Alice Campbell and that's it. And actually you can't see me filling that in because I'm in the way. But there's nowhere for me to move, so just take it from me. I put Alice Campbell in room 106 because I think that's the correct thing based on the book and some of the other clues. So we can put her to the side in terms of room assignments, and like that's a full name. What else can we get from this list? We know there is a C Lane and C Longford, so there is gonna be 2 potential for C names. Yes, Lane and Longford. And we have a Calvin and we have a Chester. So it's gonna be that sort of configuration. Someone called Paul, very unhelpful, and Gretchen. Mrs. Wallace. Okay, well, at least that tells us that neither Paul nor Gretchen are Wallace. I'm just rearranging all the things. So we're gonna have a Paul and we're gonna have a Gretchen, and then we have separately someone who's called Wallace. Then again C and A. Joe is actually someone who's just visiting, right? Because we got that from them and they were writing about their dad coming to live in the facility. So I assume they're not staying here. Of course, we're gonna have Grandma Tink. Okay, where else did we get names? Diane, okay. Diane is gonna be one of the nursing assistants then, because, well, it's Diane, right? So they're not gonna be in any of the rooms. Yeah, so we just have to match the rest of it. Easier said than done. What else? Well, someone is called Gigi, right? And we have Gretchen and Geraldine. And then we have Gibbs as a surname. And therefore, it's gonna be either Gretchen or Geraldine Gibbs, assuming they go by their nickname Gigi from that. And there was something that Gigi wrote to someone. You know, let me find it. About one of those names. Yours forever, Gigi. Where did I see it now? And two of them will have the same name, potentially, the same surname, because they're brother and sister. Okay, so Gigi says, please don't think anything of it, my dearest one. I was just trying to be nice to poor old Gretchen, right? Which means if Gigi is talking about Gretchen, then her name is not Gretchen. And therefore, Gigi is potentially Geraldine Gibbs. Because that would make sense with that being the nickname, right? And there's the brother and sister, but it doesn't give us much about the name. Oh no, actually it does, because it would be Campbell then if they're sharing a name. So if they're sharing a name, this is 103. And yes, this is obviously there is it's after 6 p.m. and the sun is on this side, so this is the sunset room. Yes, I bet you're loving seeing the sunset from yours. So potentially the person in 103, their surname is also Campbell. I mean, but of course Alice could have gotten married and now that's her name, and therefore they don't share a surname. Let me just because he says my son brought me so favorite chippers, so that we know that the brother had a family, and she's getting. Her snacks are through auntie, right? So she's not having like a daughter or a son or anyone like that give her snacks. So potentially this is a clue to the fact that she didn't have a family, was not married, and therefore her name is the same as her brother's, and they're both called Campbell. So that's potential. Now, if we're saying Geraldine Gibbs is Gigi, then 104 is where she lives, right? Because that's all the letters to Gigi. So Geraldine Gibbs living in 104. Then what other clues we have? This person here is doing the knitting, and has one, and this is Teddy Bear, right? So this is one of Gigi's lovers, known as Teddy Bear. But no one here has a name where I'm like, oh yes, that's definitely someone whose nickname would have been Teddy Bear. What else do we have? Okay, so Jordan is one of the nurses as well. So we will need that for identifying people, but not for the rooms. And then Mr. Fal wants a chess club added. But other than it's gonna be a man, we don't really know anything much about it. Okay, and this is the person stealing all the snacks, and this is the person being blackmailed. And therefore they're the game leader, right? So Jordan is the person in charge of the games. And therefore this might be it here, right? Like, dispute set by the lead CNA, but like if she's at the podium, is that the person that's in charge of the games? But then this is the person that has the card. So it says, enclosed are two identical cards. Keep the copy and give the original to the first resident to enter the rec room. So did they do it wrong, right? They were supposed to keep the card that looks weird. They were supposed to keep the card that looks like the photocopy and give her the card that looks real, but they've switched them around, and now the woman had the card that's a copy. Because obviously this person has the copy thing. Or no. No. Maybe not. Maybe this is the person that's being blackmailed then. Because they have the copy on them. Right, so they have the copy on them. They're being blackmailed. And this is the person currently finding out that the bingo game was rigged. Right, because that would be the CNA lead. The CNA lead came here. Goes like, this is what you say is the winning card, but if I look in the balls, then I can totally see it's not the winning card, so this is egregious. And she's mad. So she's the CNA lead, and this is the person stealing the snacks, getting blackmailed, helping them cheat at games, and that's why they have the copy, and they're saying she needs her hearing checked because they're trying to pass off the cheating as, oh, she marked her numbers wrong because her hearing's bad, right? So therefore this makes this person holding the wheelchair, because that's their desk. This is Jordan. So Jordan is the snack thief that's getting blackmailed about the games. Do we have anything to indicate Jordan's last name? Not here. There was a thing, yes. So whoever's here, they're the CNA lead, right? So but they're just replying to emails from their Mal customer service, so that doesn't give us the name. Room change. But this is the CNA lead, which is going to be the person behind the desk. Try to get Alice and Chester to try CPAP for their snoring. Both refused. They both say they can't sleep with CPAP. So, okay. So, Alice and Chester are the people that don't have CPAP machines because they refuse to use them. Geraldine got new hearing aid. Calvin is playing loud music. Mrs. Gibbs, thank you so much for going the extra mile to make our dad's transition more comfortable. Okay. So if we're saying this is the CNA lead and the other desk, therefore this woman must therefore be Mrs. Gibbs. Wait, what? Okay. I guess I have fallen into a trap and made a mistake. because I kind of went with, well, if Gigi is Gigi, then she must be Geraldine Gibbs. But according to this, Gibbs is one of the nursing assistants. So that's fun. And a trap. Okay. No, don't do that. Because that would make this woman Gibbs. And actually, we can get her first name from the library. Because Diane leads the knitting class. So she's Diane. Gibbs. And I assume she doesn't live in resident room. So she's not Gigi, the romancer of the place. Well, the guy with the name tag that says Joe on it, his name is Joe. We can do that. There we go. Easy peasy. Well, we know this woman's surname is going to be Tink because it's Grandma Tink, right? We know that from the picture. So that one is absolutely known. Yes, Joe has been knocked down. Super hard one. That one. So we have Diane, we have Jordan. File we know is gonna be one of the residents as well. I have never. See, I told you to check it. Yeah, she's got hearing aids. The CNAs deliver the letters. Yes, they do. So yes, a bunch of them have hearing aids. There was some talk about hearing aids. I'm calling my sweet Gigi. Yeah, so, I mean, there was 3 separate people. She was... okay, responding to Crystal, okay. I was like, what? Why am I missing some important information? Because, yeah, because Gigi, whoever she is, oh, they delivered it. Yeah, so it said like the CNA do it so they can... Basically, it's like, you know, they get to play pretend like they're still living on in the outside world and you send people mail. It's almost like part of the entertainment, right? That you get to send letters, even though, yes, it's the people you see every day in the house. But yes, what I was trying to get to is that there are only 3 male residents in this place. And as far as I could see, Gigi had 3 separate letters from 3 separate lovers. So basically, she is having an affair with the entire male population of this assisted living home. It would seem so. And yes, so there are only 2 women in this place. One is Grandma Tink, and one is whoever Gretchen is, right? So we just have to decide whether it's Grandma Tink that's doing all of the romancing, or is it Gretchen? No, but it must be Grandma Tink. No. Too far. We just know that Gretchen is not Gigi, but we don't know it's Grandma Tink. CL. Forever yours, Gigi. It will be easier than ever now that we're neighbors. Okay. Because This has something to do with this email from Calling Tink. I called earlier about my grandmother's request. I just wanted to add that she's already found someone willing to switch with her. I would greatly appreciate expediting. Yes, we've scheduled the room change. I think Gretchen is a man. No, I think Gretchen is definitely a woman's name. We have Calvin, Chester, Paul, for men, stuff like that. We've scheduled the room change for 6th of May and given her earplugs. My grandmother has not been able to sleep well over a week now. I understand there was staffing issues, cannot wait. And then they have this call CT room change request. So I guess calling thing. And the request was completed, right? So they swapped rooms already. So we know that. So it feels, I mean, basically Grandma has swapped her rooms with Gigi. Is that what we're getting into here, right? Because she's saying in that letter, oh, it's gonna be easier now that we're neighbors, right? And that would imply potentially those two have switched. But yes, I think from that means, because there's the earplugs as well. Grandma was being given earplugs to help with stuff, right? So I think Grandma Tink lives in 101 after her room swap. So that's at least one thing I can get out of that. And then it's gonna be between Gretchen and Geraldine. What else is going on? We have Sam. Now I'm gonna be playing that game of where did that get that name, right? Where did Sam come from? Yeah, Joe L. And we knew Joe's full name, but Calvin's family. Okay, so Calvin's family is thanking Miss Gibbs for helping him make the transition. So he's probably the recent addition. So yeah, this is Jimmy L emailing about getting someone in. So I guess it might be that Calvin's gonna be the new guy, because his family is like, oh yeah, thanks for helping us get him in, because he moved in recently. So we will know that Calvin is the new guy, if that helps, whatever. You had your own table in the notes with things like sugar as well as actual names. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I'm definitely feeling the fact that, you know, unlike Idol, where you get the little windows for every thing to fill in and you can move them around, here everything is in one giant window and the only way you can work with it is to just constantly open and close it, right? So I can't just have like this open and go, you know, have it open, review information, match things in, right? And at the same time, I don't want to sit here scribble in my notebook, because that's not very interesting for you guys to watch, even though you just have to watch me struggle anyway. But yes, now I'm playing that game of where did I find those words? Cause it's the story's of course convoluted. Alice and Chester refused the teacup. Calvin, keep music down. Fitted Geraldine with new hearing aid. But that means Grandma's name is not Geraldine. I mean, at this point I need my cam, cat cam, notebook cam, just all the different cams for everything. Because Grandma Tink doesn't have a hearing aid, right? So that excludes her from being Geraldine. But that still leaves us with she could be Gretchen, or she could... No, she cannot be Alice, right? Because we already know that there is Alice. And therefore, Grandma Tink's name is Gretchen? Based on that, right? Because she doesn't have a hearing aid. And she's not called Alice Campbell. And then she lives in room 101. I think I got that bit. But then we still got a bunch of names and a bunch of surnames. But then what is deal with Gigi? Right? Why is her nickname Gigi if she's not Gigi? If her initials are not Gigi? What is her surname? I guess she's not... well, she could be Wallace if she's... Because I was like, is she getting any books, you know? Does she read? Or is she so busy with doing her romances that she doesn't have time to read? Mrs. Wallace, Gretchen, and Campbell. Oh no, okay, so all three women are borrowing books because Gretchen's here. That's Gretchen Tink. Mrs. Wallace is one of them. Oh, so actually, therefore Geraldine's name has to be Mrs. Wallace, because if we know Gretchen is Gretchen Tink, Alice A. Campbell is Alice Campbell, then Mrs. Wallace has to be Geraldine. So that makes her Geraldine Wallace. And therefore, room 104 belongs to Geraldine Wallace. Yeah, I think yes. If we're saying Gigi is romancing everyone, and yes, those two are fighting. Grandma Tink is not Gigi. And those guys are like, I'm coming, my sweet Gigi, and you're nothing but a whatever. And also, let's be honest. This woman here that can't even stay awake for the bingo and is literally falling asleep and drooling out of her mouth. I don't think she's the assisted living's, you know, #1 lover. Yeah, she's too out of it in order to be doing her romancing schemes. Unless we're saying she's so tired from all of her night adventures that she's falling asleep. So yes, I guess it makes sense for this lady here to be Gigi, Geraldine, Wallace. And therefore, the falling asleep woman would have to be Alice Campbell here. So that gives us a bit more about that. We can identify the room of... okay, we already have the brother 103 Campbell. But then, you know, through obvious elimination, this is gonna be the brother then, right? For once, we can go with an assumption that they're gonna be siblings, those two. So that's that. What else we've got? We have Joe here yelling Grandpa. Because Grandpa's yelling, "You're nothing but a fat whatever." So this is his grandpa. Well, this is some other guy. And I think Grandpa's gonna be the new guy, right? Because it was Joe emailing about getting their dad in. And therefore, if they just have a fresh card about, "Oh, thanks for helping our dad transition," therefore, this is gonna be Calvin here. Based on him being the new guy and being nearby Joe, his family member. Maybe. Maybe. What else? What other bit of information do I have that I'm currently not processing correctly? Yeah, we know their surname is something with L, but Lane and Longford. Okay, well, this is Grandma's room. You know where to find me. Yeah, this is from CL. So that means when the raffle was rigged for 101 and 102, that was still Gigi living in 101, right? Or was it? Did the early room change? Oh no, because that was on the 30th of April, the raffle, so it didn't interfere with the raffle. Well, Gigi's flirting with everyone, right? Because there's only 3 guys. So we know there is a Calvin and Chester. So actually, his name, I guess, is gonna be Chester. Because it has to be Calvin and Chester, and both of the surnames are L something. But we know it's not Chester Campbell. So this guy will have to be Chester. Because on the library sheet, we have C. Longford and C. Lane. Right? So that's how we know that. That's how we know that it's not C. Then when did he get in here? Hello, Paul McGrath. Welcome to the stream. Jamie L. I'm like, oh my god, we knew Jimmy from the Car Oil Place surname in the Car Oil Place scenario, but I'm like, I just don't remember. So he arrived the 15th of April. But this card only goes to 25th, so we can't like eliminate one of the L surnames based purely on them doing, you know, one person starting to borrow books after a certain date. So that's not it. Yes, the mail, everything like that. I'm trying to remember where I got the things like Everly, Paul, and Sam. Because Calvin to keep music down during quiet hours. It could be that Grandma used to live next to Calvin and that's why she was having trouble sleeping before. This is very, very confusing. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is the newcomer, right? So his name is Calvin because they had the card saying thanks for helping him set in. But is CL or C Longford that we have for that? Huh, why am I confused? What's in room 102 and 105? 102 is a person obsessed with corn cola. And they're not... Well, CL. There might be one of the CL. Dear Sugar. It'd be one thing if Sam could give us here. Oh, that's the thing. That's where I got Sam. So Gigi is saying, oh, you know, we have to be discreet because someone from my family works here, and if they find out about it, then, you know, my family's gonna freak out. But obviously that's just a cover she's using, right? She's saying that because she doesn't want all of her other boyfriends to find out. So Sam is the name of the other person that works here. So therefore this is Sam. And then would they have the same surname as Gigi, right? Would they also be called Wallace? Dear Sugar. Which one of her lovers is Sugar? Dear Teddy Bear. So that's the teddy bear lover. Dear brother, dear honey bun. A CPAP machine. That's Grandma's room. Oh no, this is the guy that's gonna be Sugar. What am I looking for? Yeah, I'm looking for the reply to this letter, which is obviously in Gigi's room. Your honey bun, love Sugar. Okay, good news. I'm finally sending you snail mail. I hope you can read my handwriting because I refuse to type on that ancient thing. She said no to me too, so I gave mine away. I really only wanted that if we could have time together. Feel like a teenager. Having to sneak around, never thought I have to do that again. Don't think it would be easier to just come out with it. I know it might be hard for your family at first. It was hard for my kids when I first started dating again too, but they came around. My cola stopped disappearing. Maybe I was just going senile. Okay, so yes. It's the guy from 102. But then, is he the new guy then? Is the new guy living in 102 because he's the one that's like, oh, you're my new girlfriend, right? And like Teddy Bear, she's having a 4-month anniversary with him, so obviously he had to have been here for at least few months. And I'm still working on your scarf. We're finding neighbors and then you up and switched. You're breaking my heart here. I hope you're not going to replace me with that new guy. I saw him making eyes at you. Yes, they're totally middle schoolers. It's been too long. Yes, okay, so yes, those are definitely her new older boyfriends, which means 102 is the new guy. Dear Sugar. Sugar is the new guy, and therefore Calvin is in 102, right? Because he's the new guy as far as we're aware. Then the CPAP machine. He has a CPAP machine. Alice and Chester. Well, we know where Alice lives, right? Because we already have her down as 106, and she indeed doesn't have a CPAP machine. 105 doesn't have a CPAP machine either. And he's Teddy Bear. And 103 does have a CPAP machine. Which would imply to me that Chester is in 105. Chester. And yes, that would make Campbell Paul Campbell, which would make sense because he cannot be Lane or Longford. So we have Alice and Paul Campbell, and therefore this guy here is Paul Campbell. Oh my god. So I think it's Fall and Everly for remaining. For the other surnames, because we have Lane Longford between those two. Why am I confused about this? Again, where did follow someone saying they want a chess club? So, in theory, they're one of the residents. But it could be someone else. And then Everly. Where did Everly come from? So confused. This game is killing me. Does anyone have any memory? Where did we pick up the name Everly? Because I feel like I've been going in so many circles already. And I'm just like, what is going on in here? Because like I can sort of understand the nurse's phone. This tablet? Or was there a different phone that I'm like completely blanking on? Because it's calling... Oh. Could you send Mr. Everly to pick them up again? Oh my god, yes. Which means... Jordan is Everly, right? Because that would make sense that they wouldn't send a resident, right? They would send someone who works there to do this. Okay. That makes so much sense. What else then? Why am I still stuck on the Lane and Longford situation? Like, there's definitely two C's, and one of them is Longford and one of them is Lane. I am not... Oh, the handwriting. There is some handwriting shenanigans, right? Because he's like, oh, here's my handwriting. So it's kind of a sort of round thing. Stuff. And then... Yes, is he the one... But he's not the one... Like, the brother does send typewriter things. So then... if this is the handwriting... Does it look like anything here? Would that match the handwriting of Mr. Longford? I can't compare things just in my head. So let me just take some screenshots. Good news. I mean, they even sort of have, like, even when they sign in the library, they sort of have similar handwriting. Okay, I have it on a screenshot that you cannot see, but we'll work with it. G. I'm comparing the G's. I'm comparing the D's. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. Bridge, a primer. Yes, okay, so they both wrote bridge, a primer on this list, right? Lane here borrowed it, and then Longford borrowed it here. And I think, yes, Longford matches better. Which means Longford is sugar. Longford is sugar. And therefore, Longford is living in 102. And therefore that makes him Calvin Longford. And that makes, therefore, this guy Calvin Longford. And then for that makes Joe Longford. And then that makes Chester Lane. And then is Sam then also called Wallace? Because we still have Fal. What's with Fal? Unless Sam is called Fal. Because, like, yes, who is that? No, Mr. Fal. I'm so confused. Who's Mr. Fal then? Is that someone who's not actually here? I'm just like... Well, I mean, our chances that Sam is Wallace because there was something about someone working here that was related to Yeah, some dude who likes chess. It's just on this note, right? Someone writes to Jordan that just says, can we add a chess club? Which it feels like a resident would ask, right? Because it's, again, down on the typewriter, right? Like, they gave the typewriter to the residents to write letters to each other and to the CNAs. So that would sort of imply that Mr. Fall is a resident here. And now I'm just going bonkers. Because I didn't see any indication anywhere here that any of those people who live here want to be playing chess. Oh my god. Anyway. Is Sam called Wallace? No. Okay. True or less are wrong. Which means we're in a situation where one person's surname, like one person's whole name is incorrect. One person's surname is incorrect. Or two people's surnames are swapped. I guess we can confirm whether our residents are correct by putting Lane into this room. Okay, so it's also wrong here in the room answers. Hello very much, Craft. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the struggle. Whatever I have incorrect about the names is with regards to the residents. Yeah. So one of the things that I've sort of tried to do handwriting analysis and it wasn't work. I don't know if it worked, was the Lane and Longford. But that feels like that would have been more than two wrong, right? Because if I swap them around, yeah, that's wrong. And I should know that because it would make more things incorrect here because, right, we use Longford for Joe and Calvin. So if I had that incorrect with Lane, then Joe would also have an incorrect surname, and yes, then more things would have been wrong. Which means that is not what is incorrect. Now I'm thrown by the fact that someone wrote a typewritten letter to Jordan that says Mr. Fall as a surname. And that would imply they are a resident here, right? Because the residents are supposed to be writing the letters. But I not see any indication about anyone who... Oh no. No. Paul has recently checked out Chess Essentials. But I have Paul marked as Campbell because I went on, oh, she never got married, and therefore they have the same surname, but no. Yes, so yeah, because previously I went with, she didn't get married because they didn't seem to be any sign of like her family, like her children checking in on her, right? Because it was like, oh yeah, he got stuff from his kids, but she had like stuff for auntie. So I was like, oh, maybe that they tried to tell us that she didn't get married, but no. That's what it was, which means yes, Paul here, that also fixes this. Oh my god. I don't think I spent this much time doing golden idol scenarios. Like, seriously, obviously, you know, the videos I put out for that are shorter, but they're edited. But like, even without me editing all of my nonsense out, I don't think idol was this hard to get, right? Like, this game is incredibly hard to work through. I mean, for me, you know, there is a chance I am an idiot. And it shouldn't be this hard. But there we are. The struggle is real. Okay, so what's the story, right? Because we haven't even gotten there. Someone verb someone to ensure that he, she, and someone would win something something. However, someone couldn't due to someone's something, so due to someone's something, so his, her, something was verb to something, causing someone to something instead of someone. When someone verb to give up the things. Okay, so it's not just me then needing time to work through this game. Someone give up something and sure would during the something accused someone of something in order to get revealed that. Okay, obviously I think we all understood the story, yes? Geraldine Wallace is romancing every man who lives in this facility, right? That's one thing that's happening. And then, as a side to it, Jordan was stealing snacks from the residents. Someone found out about the fact Jordan stealing snacks from the residents and blackmailed Jordan into rigging the raffle and then rigging the bingo to make very specific people win. But then something went wrong, right? Because people's rooms weren't changed, and then I think maybe the incorrect people got the thing, and then some sort of stuff happened, which then caused the fight that's happening here, right? Because basically, I guess it ends up being that Grandma Tink, right, Gretchen Tink, says, oh, I won the bingo, because somehow she's managed to get the card that was supposed to win, but she wasn't supposed to do that. And then she calls for a check. Sam comes over and is like, yeah, that's totally not what the bingo numbers were, and basically busts Jordan for rigging the games, right? But Jordan's trying to be like, oh no, she just can't hear. But somehow in the process of that, all of the men realize or find out that, you know, they're all Geraldine's boyfriend, right? Because they're all going like, oh yeah, my Gigi, right? My lovely Gigi. And Harry's like, you're what? Right? So it all comes out. The drama is all in the open. The old people's home is just like middle school, with everyone having crazy romances and cheating and all the crazy stuff. So, as far as I understand, that's the story. Now, I just have to express it in this panel here. To figure it out. So this here is about blackmailing Jordan, right? Someone blackmailed Jordan Everly to ensure that he, she, and someone else would win bingo, because obviously there was the raffle first, and then there was the bingo game. So I don't know whether we're going as far back as the raffle or we only going to the bingo game. However, someone couldn't. Someone couldn't win due to someone's something. I think we're going back to the raffle because I think it's like someone couldn't. This is about like grandma couldn't sleep. Yes, clearly I'm missing some of the stuff with like there's a whole thing going on with someone wins the vouchers for the botanical gardens, and I think most importantly is Grandma Tink who wins the vouchers, right? And then one of these CLs is asking her to swap, right? They're asking like, oh, could you trade me the day pass to the botanical gardens for some of my stuff that I got, right? So something went wrong with the raffle because it's done by room number, and when they blackmail Jordan to do the raffle rigging, they say, make sure tomorrow's raffle winners are rooms 101 and 102, which obviously, because they don't name names, they say the rooms. If the rooms were switched, obviously someone who they didn't want to win is going to win. And then for the bingo, they're like, give it to the person to enter, the first person to enter. Make sure this card is the winner tomorrow. So is she setting this up, right? Is Gigi setting up Grandma Tink to be done for cheating, right? She's like, I'm gonna get her banned. Because if she's caught cheating, we know from the book, if you're caught cheating, you will be banned from the Rec Room games for 60 days, right? So this might be where this is going, where she just wants her out of the way so there aren't any further disagreements. Because if she gets Gretchen Tink out of the way, it will just be her and her free boyfriends winning all the prizes, which means whatever happens, she always gets the cut, right? Because if her boyfriends are winning the prizes, she gets to have a share of the prize anyway. Is that what's going on here? Because obviously they made a whole thing out of the room switching, and the room switching was completed on Tuesday, which would have been April 30th. And then yes, if the raffle was on the same day, obviously that would have interfered with the raffle. So then Grandma went to 101 and that's why she won the thing. But Gigi's is in 104 and she was previously in 101 because she writes to Grandma, I think. You know, oh, you know, we swapped, so how about you give me that day pass, you know? Because I was supposed to have it. So is that what that's about? So it was Geraldine that blackmailed Jordan to ensure that she and who was in 102? Calvin Longford would win a day pass. I don't have because I don't think I have the words for raffle, so I was like, oh, it's not the raffle because I don't have the words, but maybe it is the raffle, they just day pass. However, Gretchen Tink couldn't sleep due to I mean, she couldn't sleep due to something done by either 106 or 102. Advised Calvin to keep the music down during quiet hours, first time offense, which means Calvin wasn't a problem until the 30th of April, right? Because this was his first offense, which means it wasn't Calvin in room 102 that was disturbing her. It was Alice in 106, and that's because Alice snores and refuses to use the CPAP machine. So she's being disturbed by the snoring, right? She says, no, I'm not gonna use the CPAP and I'm gonna snore, right? Because she thinks she gets to do that. So due to Alice Campbell's snoring, so her room was switched switched to oh, her room was switched to what is this going to be? Causing Gretchen to win instead of Geraldine. When Gretchen refused to give up the day pass, Geraldine blackmailed Jordan to ensure that Gretchen would win the bingo night. The bingo game. During the game, Geraldine accused Gretchen of cheating in order to get Gretchen banned, causing a fight which revealed that Geraldine was cheating on her boyfriends. What is this word? So her room. However, Gretchen thinks couldn't sleep due to Alice Campbell's snoring. So her room was switched to some blue word. Oh, we have soon. Okay, I just didn't see the word. Okay. So basically, Grandma's sad because she's now banned from game night because of all the drama. Geraldine was furious when her raffle plot didn't work out. To get back at Gretchen, Geraldine decided to get her banned from the rec room by framing her for cheating. Even if Jordan spilled the beans, Geraldine knew Gretchen would look guilty since both blackmail letters benefited her. Unfortunately for Geraldine, her plan also led to her secret boyfriends finding out about each other. Oh my gosh. We did it though. With all the struggle, we did it. And yes, we only have the boy remaining. So I guess we're just gonna continue. Because, yeah, I don't think it's worth having a separate stream with just one of the missions. Unless, I don't know, we might be here... we might be here for hours. We'll see. Yes, because it looks like, yes, we're moving from middle school drama and old people drama to just elementary school drama. Or something like that. Yes, hopefully it's not gonna be hours and hours and hours, but we'll see. A graduation to remember. Well, I mean, as I said, I don't have to actually get up in the morning, but I would also rather not be yapping for another 2 hours. Well, it's only 33 words. How hard could it be? Okay. So we're gonna have kids. They're gonna have names. You know, kids have those. They're gonna be dressed up in costumes. And then there's gonna be some other things. And then the sentence is in theory fairly short. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, but now... Oh. Now the time is changeable. Right? So yes, at 6 p.m. they were doing some sort of show, being dressed as animals, and at 6:30, oh, it's actually Mapleton kindergarten graduation, right? So not even primary school. So what we have all the kids sitting here laughing. Yes, it's time switching time. They were. The only thing we're missing is scrambled memories. Can we have some of those? So yes, all the kids are laughing. And he's crying. And the teacher's like, there, it's gonna be fine. You know, no one's gonna remember in so many years that you've embarrassed yourself at your kindergarten graduation. What even is kindergarten graduation? Because, yeah. I didn't have a graduation until I've done my uni degree. So, but I guess they have that for more things. Anyway, are you okay, Han? My wrist kinda hurts. Okay. He's got a diploma. Well, I guess they all live in Mapleton, right? Like, we're all investigating the same group of people, and they live in a town called Mapleton, and therefore everything is Mapleton, right? The school is in Mapleton, the old people home, Mapleton, oil change in Mapleton. Okay, he's got a diploma, his kindergarten diploma. What do we think he studied as his major in kindergarten? Putting shapes into the correct holes. A pair of torn pants. Okay, he torn his pants on his graduation. What we have? This kid is going gasp, and he's got a couple of chewed crayons. Okay, this kid, it's crayons. He's graduating kindergarten with a crayon eating degree. And the rest of them are just laughing. Did you see that? 47th annual Mapleton Elementary graduation. Okay, here's this. I don't know about American school system, so it's this kindergarten, elementary. Yeah, I don't assume you can fail, right? Kindergarten, elementary school, and stuff like that. So it's just congrats, you got all there. And you didn't get kicked out of here for, I don't know, terrible behavior. Opening statements by Melanie Jenkins. A royal retirement, a short play. Commencement, graduation ceremony. Closing statement by Melanie Jenkins. I assume the teacher is called Melanie Jenkins. We don't even have to name her. So whatever, Mrs. Jenkins. Sponsored by Tripped, your one-stop trip advisor app. Okay, well, that's a funny way to introduce the word tripped, because obviously here it's a name of an app, but it comes in as a verb into our word pool, and considering he's like crying, has a hole in his pants, it says his wrist hurts, I assume he tripped and fell. Who raised that child? I'd be so embarrassed. Okay, what? That he tripped? Or you mean the one that eats crayons? Okay, but we also have different rooms. Okay, so there's a classroom we can go to. Okay, the classroom does not change if we click on the different times. Everything seems to be the same. They got their letters. They got their objects, cat, ball, tree, sun, all that stuff. Students of the season. Bailey is the summer. Lyle is fall. Houston is winter. And Cat is spring. Okay, can we immediately match them to the names on the things before I forget who is who? So, the pigtails is Bailey. They don't have surnames, at least. This guy with the eyebrows is Lyle. Is that him here, Lyle? I just called him this guy with the eyebrows because, you know, I guess that's him. This kid is Houston. So that's Houston here. Fall instead of trip, yeah. That would be like, what? And this is Cat. With this hair. Yeah, so at least they give us like a bit of an easier one with some of the kids' names actually being attached to their faces, and we don't even have to find their surname. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's good. Okay, we also have Marley. Today's drawing, me and my friends. Okay, so Marley, kind of brown hair girl. She likes purple, but they're all wearing stuff. So, could be either. This could be Marley, this could be Marley, you know. And kids don't always use the correct crayons, so... Actually, that could be her friend, because this hair is a bit more... Yeah, the costumes will need to match. I know, I know. I'm not thinking about the costumes yet, okay? My brain is not ready for that part yet. Yeah, I think with those hair, I think this is Marley, this one here, because then this is her friend with the redder hair. So that's gonna be Marley. And she's friends with the redhead. And this other girl here, the short hair, kind of rounder here. Then someone with no name has, when I grow up, I want to be my dad. Okay, well, clearly they haven't explained to you that you can't just steal someone's identity and live as them kid. You can't be your dad. My favorite food is chocolate. My favorite person is cat. My favorite color is blue. Okay, but you don't have a name, so I don't know. I don't know what to say. Lyle has crayons and glue. Well, one thing I can say about this thing is that in this box, the crayons appear to be all chewed up, right? Everyone else, they have the crayons and the crayons are like good condition. But this one, no, just all chewed up. Lyle got crayons and glue. Bailey, me and my friends. So we know Bailey is this girl and she's friend with this other person who might be Kat, I guess. So Bailey and Kat are friends. And Kat is here. She just has glue. Brentley. What a name. Who is Brentley? When I grow up, I want to be a dog doctor. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite person is my BFFs. My favorite color is pink. And that's about it. And they have a little flower in their cubbies, so that might be something to do with them. When I grow up, I want to be police. My favorite food is apple. Healthy kid! My favorite person is M plus B, and my favorite color is blue. Houston's got crayons, and then we have Colin. Today, drawing me and my friends. Okay, so Colin is like, the cat is my friend. But short blonde hair, that makes this boy Colin then? Because that's the only short blonde hair we've got. So we'll have to identify Brentley, and we still are missing some other names. Okay. We have the teacher's desk. Desk assignment notes. Best friends can't sit directly beside... Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no. We're gonna have to say who sits where. I was like, I opened that and I was like, yep, it's happening. It's happening. Desk assignment notes. Best friends can't sit directly beside, behind, or in front of each other. So, no touching. This is like the puzzle in the escape room where you have to like organize, you know, the hazardous materials can't be touching each other and the flammable materials have to be like this, and you know, you can't make chains of the chemical things and stuff like that, right? And I think someone in chat asked about the puzzles from the escape room. I'm still working on them, by the way. I'm like halfway through all the Googling. I haven't finished it yet because some of those things are really hard to Google. And I don't have an art degree. So yeah. I don't know because it's the answer to when I'm gonna be finished. The king and queen of troublemaking must be closest to my desk. Okay, so that's like a title. King and queen of troublemaking. Put Bailey and Lyle in the middle seats. Okay. At least that tells us something. The cat lover needs an end seat. Okay, we know that's Colin. Put Marley between Houston and Bailey. The quiet crayon chewer cannot be near the cubicles. Because he will chew everyone's crayons. Put Houston in the back row, far away from the troublemakers. Tina, okay, that's a new name, likes to be by the door. Kat and Colin probably need glasses. Okay. That would imply to me that they probably sitting in the front because they can't see. Don't put Damien next to his crush. Okay. Duncan is terrible influence on Lyle. Keep them apart. Okay. Dear Mrs. Jenkins, I appreciate you letting me know about the behavior changes you've been noticing in my son. I'm truly sorry for any disruption our son has been a part of. He has some trouble making friends, so I think he just wants to look cool. We had a nice talk with him again, and I think we got through to him. I know there aren't many days left of school, but please let us know if things don't improve. Sincerely, Mrs. Tink. Okay, so little Tink is causing trouble at school. I was so scared, Kathy Walsh, the times. First, they hit. Then, they followed. When a mysterious package is dropped off at Detective Harvey Poole's office, he immediately suspects someone from his past. Will a dark secret finally catch up to the famed sleuth? Check out the previous Detective Harvey Poole novels, Nothing to Lose, and Switched at Birth. Yes, they're using the books to give us word. Mrs. Jenkins, I was very shocked that you sent home yet another behavior note with my daughter this week. It's the last week of school. I threw it in the garbage without even reading it. At home, my daughter is an angel, yet I'm supposed to believe that she magically transforms into a big bully when she stepped into your classroom. Yes, you're supposed to believe that. Kids are awful. You've accused her of picking on almost everyone. I think you are the one picking on her for having a little fun with her friends. I've spoken with their parents too, and will be complaining to the principal, Mrs. Watkins. Okay, well, that parent needs to chill. You teach, you smile, you care. And that's why we call you the best teacher ever. Dear Mrs. Jenkins, I know my son wasn't the easiest child in class to handle, and unfortunately inspires others in his class to behave the same. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for your patience and grace with him. His father has always been a prankster, and I'm afraid the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Thanks again for wrangling our little rascal, Mrs. Atkins. Okay, we're getting like surnames for the parents, but we don't actually have to give surnames to kids, but I assume we sort of mentally have to give surnames to the kids to figure things out. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. More words. There is stuff here. Okay, a royal retirement. Create your own silly play. Synopsis. The king of the jungle is ready to retire, but who will become the next leader? To make this important decision, the king decides to gather all his favorite animals in the kingdom and have them take turns striking their best pose on his throne. Whoever looks the coolest will become the next leader. Work with your students to create silly dialogue and judge who struck the best pose. Characters: the king, Marley, Damien, or Houston, the brown elephant, the three testy tigers, the three cheesy cheetahs. Yeah, I mean, it's all the same families constantly revolving in the stories, right? So I assume like it's all connected and we got different bits. Like I think the blonde hair girl, Bailey, she might be the daughter of the woman that works in accounting that was crying in the office. Because I think she was on that picture she had on her desk. Apart from the king, each character will need a fun addition to the provided costumes, like a hat from home or a craft made in class, plus a pair of cool sunglasses to put on when they sit on the throne. Send details home to parents. Where does the play take place? As in this scenario, like we have to switch to it. Throne pose order. One of the zebras is last. Oh my god, we also have to do orders for this. The brown elephant goes first. None of the cheetahs pose directly before or after each other. The second tiger to pose has a three-striped tail. Bailey goes directly after Marley. The animal with the two-striped tail goes directly before an animal with a three-striped tail. Colin goes fourth. Oh, and that... Oh, I don't know. It doesn't really say. One of the cheetahs is second to last. Character and prop notes. Cat and Duncan do not want to be cats. Lyle and Colin want to be cats. Duncan and Tina want to wear hats. And Tina and Brantley want to be something with stripes. Yeah, it doesn't really mention... But, I mean, if there is cheetahs and zebras... Because, like, I know elephants and tigers, they're kind of more spread out. But cheetahs and zebras are only in Africa, I think? I'm not sure. But I think so. Like, there is no cheetahs and zebras in Asia. Naturally. At least, obviously, in zoos, for sure. But not, like, just running around. Tigers are only in Asia? Are they? Okay. Well, I mean, it might be in the a silly universe where they just put all of the animals together anyway, because whatever. Okay, so that's what's here. Okay, at 6 p.m. there are some kids in here. Did I miss clicking something in here? Because it's... No, okay. Wait. It has to be you. Okay, well, this is a tiger with two striped tail. Ooh. Huh? Okay, so that's them discussing who potentially may have won. So this is the play. Everyone get backstage. That was not part of the play. Okay, someone did... someone put a whoopee cushion, I assume, on the throne, and there was an incident. The game is not registering the fact that... Oh no, I have to click on the tote bag to have it collected. Okay. Uh-oh, she's getting mad. So there is like... Those are the cheetahs, I assume, with some leaves and teddies. This is the elephant, whispers. I can't believe that happened. A bouquet of paper flowers. Stop laughing, that's mean. Okay, a tiger with 4 stripes on their tail. Zebra here, I assume, is laughing. This elephant is laughing. And this tiger with 3 stripes is just doing a little dance out of the stage. Okay, so... Yeah. Someone put that on during the play. And then during the graduation, someone also, like, made him trip or something. Because he then says, like, he hurts and... he got his trousers destroyed. So that kind of feels like if we're talking about the things having a worst day ever, then this elephant looks like he may have been the target of this prank, right? Just standing there being like, oh, I can't believe that happened. So he could potentially be this elephant. Yeah. Okay, so I was like, you know, when they were saying the king of the jungle, I was like, do you mean a lion? But That's just my silly thinking. I think this elephant is supposed to be the king, the current king, right? Not sure if that helps. I mean, it helps us to, you know, narrow down who might be in that costume, right? Because it says Marley, Damien, or Houston is the king. Okay. So we have all the wards, right? In theory, we have seen everything there is to see about this scenario. We've collected all the wards. And we've collected all the things we need to solve. So yes, it's giving the kids names, matching them to their costumes, getting the order they all went on the throne to pose, and who sits where. And then, of course, the story, which they all sound like this is going to be a trip. I'm like, oh yes, what is this? What is under this desk? It says it's a pink feather. Yes, why is the pink feather there? What is the importance of the pink feather? That someone likes pink things? Because then the whoopee cushion is pink, but it's not the same as a pink feather. Oh, here one of the other parents can just be like, ha ha ha, oh, okay. They'll be laughing. Not very helpful. Maybe. Maybe it just helps us to know which parent that was, but I'm not sure what's the bit of that. So what can we do anything with this? Desk assignment notes. Again, this is gonna be annoying because we can't be looking at both this note and be putting things in this, so I'm gonna have to constantly open and close this, but such is life. Best friends can't sit directly beside, behind, or in front of each other. Okay, but that means, yes, we basically have to take this information, right? Like, those three girls will not be next to each other because they're friends. Those two not next to each other because they're friends. He can sit next to whoever because he's only friends with his cat. Brantley also has friends, but we don't know who they are. The crayon chewer likes cat. But we don't know anything. Cat didn't draw a picture. But also, just because the crayon chewer likes cat does not fully mean that cat is their best friend, right? That might be about the crush. Because there was something about don't let them sit next to the crush. So it could be that... yes, because they have a little heart, right? So this might be the whole don't let this person sit next to their crush. Put Bailey and Lyle in the middle seats. Okay, so I assume we mean like this, right? So we don't know who's in front or who's in the back, but in theory, we have Bailey and Lyle, like, again, one in front, one in the back, but those would be considered the middle seats. So that's something we can start with. We can swap them around later if that occurs. The cat lover, which is Colin, needs an end seat, but obviously there is 4 end seats, so could be any of those. Put Marley between Houston and Bailey. Okay, so we're gonna have something like this where Bailey's somewhere and then put Marley between Houston and Bailey, right? So that's, again, potentially not the correct chairs, but the correct pattern. The quiet crayon chewer cannot be near the cubicles. Who's the crayon chewer? This guy. We don't know his name. So currently unidentified kids are Tina, Brantley, Damien, and Duncan. So he will be Damien or Duncan, basically. But how we'll work that out, I don't know yet. Put Houston in the back row away from all the troublemakers. Okay, so if we take that, then if Houston is in the back row, then that means Bailey has to be in the back row and then Marley's in between them. Because another thing she says, I think, yes, the king and queen of troublemaking must be close to my desk, right? Which means the king and queen of troublemaking will likely be sitting in those two seats here next to Lyle, because that would be close to the teacher's desk. Which further reinforces that put Houston in the back row away from the troublemakers means he's gonna be here and then Marley's here. So actually, I think we've locked in this pattern. I think that's good. Yeah. So from that, we have best friends can't sit directly beside, behind, and front. Yes, which means we know about Bailey being friends with, like, who I think is Kat. Which means Kat cannot sit next to Bailey, so Kat has to be like in one of those other seats. Again, doesn't super narrow it down, basically not here. There was something about glasses. Kat and Colin probably need glasses. Okay, if Kat and Colin probably need glasses, again, that will imply to me that Kat and Colin are probably sitting in the front. Right? So, again, maybe this, maybe something else. Depends if one of them is a troublemaker or not. Because, of course, she doesn't name them, right? That would be too easy. She has to be like the king and queen of troublemaking. Of course, it's the two kids she refers to. Yes. Behavior changes in my son. Like, he's causing some trouble. But he might not be the king troublemaker because, of course, there is the Mrs. Atkins saying, "Oh, I know my son wasn't the easiest child in class to handle," right? So he could be, like, he's the Joker, which, yes, could be like, yes, his pranks make him the king of troublemaking. We just have to figure out which kid is the Atkins kid, and then which girl is the Watkins girl. I am tempted, purely to, spare you the suffering as well, to go back to the other chapters and see if we know those surnames, because I feel like some of those surnames have already occurred, and we could maybe gain some information from that. So, I don't know. I may, like, take a quick look-see through, see if we can gather some information that we could have remembered from before, but obviously because I've been already playing it over 2 weeks, I have forgotten. So it was Watkins and Atkins, stuff like that. There was a bunch of women in the Caroline situation. So here is Wallis, Everly, Dockerly, and Nims. So that's actually not super helpful. Where else would there have been some potential parents? Well, in his thing was that woman that I'm pretty sure here, right? Isn't this Bailey? Ah, not the phone. So she's Zoe Wiles. That's her name. Which is not exactly that. I mean, it just tells us that she's not one of those kids. Maybe. Eliminates a little bit. Yeah, I'm just like, there may have been those names, there may have not, but I also don't want to be like going for every single scenario with a fine-tooth comb. It reorganized my names. Duncan, Damien, and Brentley are the ones we haven't identified. From that is gonna be Tina, and I mean Tina is a girl, but I was like, Brentley, is that a girl or a boy? But I guess it's gonna be a girl, and then Damien and Duncan are the 2 boys. The Quiet Crayon Eater. How would we know what your name is? Well, we know your name is not Colin, but that doesn't help because we knew your name is not Colin. He likes cat. So he should be away from the crayons and away from cat. This flower. There's a flower. Is that out of importance that Brentley has a flower in her cubby? No, but this leopard is wearing a pink feather scarf on them. So I think whoever this leopard is sits in this seat. And therefore, actually, we've already worked out that Marley sits here. So we can say that the leopard with the pink feather scarf is Marley? I just got boas. Oh yeah, maybe. Feather boa. I think I've heard of those. I don't know. It's not something I would wear as an accessory, I have to say. Another interesting thing I noticed is this tiger with 4 stripes is holding a basketball ball. And on one of the pictures, this one, Bailey and Kat, they've got a basketball with them. So potentially one of them is the tiger with the basketball. Potentially. It's like a little hint, right? But we will still have to decide between those 2 which one that is. I don't know if there were further clues on this about that. I mean, Bailey goes directly after Marley, but it doesn't tell us. Tina and Brantley want to be something with stripes. It doesn't tell us about, like, Bailey. Oh, Cat does not want to be a cat. Right? So if Cat does not want to be a cat, that would imply that Cat is not the tiger. And if we have two girls that are here shown with a basketball, and then we have a tiger with a basketball, therefore this could be Bailey, the tiger with the basketball. Because, I mean, I don't know what other clue I should be looking for. Like, that seems like a pretty good set of clues to identify that situation. So I guess that helps somewhat. What else? What else? I'm gonna go from the fact that here who we think is Bailey says stop laughing, that's mean, means Bailey is not the class troublemaker, right? She's actually standing up for people and saying, like, don't be mean, you know. But those two here are the ones that are, like, proper laughing at it. Which means probably if we can identify who those two are, that will also tell us who, like, the troublemakers are potentially. Because it's a girl and a boy that are the troublemakers. So yes, switching to who might be who in the play. Cat and Duncan don't want to be cats. And if you don't want to be a cat, your choices are either a zebra or an elephant. Yes, I'm still alive because I'm like, well, I only had 3 people remaining to finish, and it didn't seem like I could split it to more streams. So this is the final chapter of the game. But there's a lot to do. We have to identify all of the kids. We have to identify what animals they're dressed up as, an order they were going in the play, where do they sit, and what happened. So it's quite a chunky one. As you can see, I'm missing, like, a lot of it. So yeah, we're working through it. I don't know yet if it's better or worse, but you missed the absolutely hilarious dating shenanigans in the old people home. So, you know, that was some shenanigans right there. Yeah. I think my problem with this one right now is I don't, like, it's just an informational overwhelm, right? I don't know which thread to pull first, because it feels like in order to crack a lot of the other stuff, I do have to get the kids' names in order. But then it feels like some of the kids' names I might be only able to get them from associating between their costume and what they're doing and stuff like that, right? Like, so it may not be it may not be as straightforward that I can just do one thing once. Yeah, one thing I was kind of looking at, because obviously I was looking at their pictures here. We can also see that, yeah, most of the kids here are laughing at him tripping, but it's only Bailey again that looks sad, right? So that even further makes me think that she's also the tiger with the ball, because again, she was the one saying, oh, don't laugh, that's mean, and now she's also like, oh no, the poor boy, instead of laughing at him. And though here they're all like proper laughing, so we can't, you know, read into which kids are the troublemakers from this, but I think from the play, like, those two are the proper troublemakers. Super laughing at him. I mean, the cheetahs are kind of giggling as well, but not like full-on laughs. Or maybe they're all laughing. And I'm just going crazy. I'm trying to read into too much into little shaky animations. Who's the crayon chewer? What is your name, boy? He who chews crayons. Cray cray. His name is Cray Cray, the chewer of crayons. Damien and Duncan, Tina and Brentley. Who are you? There was another picture, right? Marley has this picture. Marley's here, and she's not allowed to sit to those two girls. Currently, she would be sitting next to Bailey, which is why we got her there, and next to Kat, which is also fine, right? That aligns with the requirement for her not to sit next to her friends. Which means her two friends, those two, would be sitting somewhere here. I mean, there is the implication that, yes, one of those two would therefore maybe be one of the real troublemakers from the girls then. It says here on this picture, Lyle also looks sad. Oh no, Lyle is the kid that got tripped. Oh, so therefore, Lyle is the Tink kid. Yes? Because he's the one crying, he's the one sad, and obviously it's all about the Tinks. Having a terrible day, and therefore it's Lyle Tink. I only just clocked that. So Lyle's here. He's not the troublemaker. Good night, Crystal. Have a good night. Yeah, I mean, you may wake up in the morning and find me still here, struggling. Hopefully not. My favorite person is M plus B. What can we say from those cubbies as well? There's a kid called Houston, yes. I mean, there's a kid called Brentley, which just sounds a bit like... That's a silly name. But what do I know? It's Marley, Lyle, Bailey, Kat, Brentley. So Brentley, we have some stuff about them, and they're one of the unidentified kids. Houston with a problem. Yeah. Brantley likes flowers, wants to be a dog doctor, likes their BFFs, and likes the color pink. That's what we know about them. And she doesn't chew her crayons. Houston, Colin. So Damien and Duncan and Tina are the kids that don't have name labels on their cubbies. Which is annoying because they're also the kids that we're really trying to figure out who they are. M plus B. Could it be related to this? Because if this girl in the middle is Marley, then this person who writes this says Marley and Brentley are my friends, and therefore it makes the person who wrote this note Tina, maybe? Because that would add up, right? M and B would be Marley and Brentley, not Bailey, right? Because we already know that it's Marley here, friends with two other people. So that means... I mean, that leaves us in the same situation we had, where we know this is... one of those is Tina and one of those is Brentley. And we know... oh, but her favorite color is blue. So, this girl, because her favorite color is blue, is gonna be Tina. And she Brentley likes pink, which means this is Brentley. So that makes the red hair girl Brentley and this girl Tina. Yeah? Yeah? That adds up? I figured it out. Okay, so that's the girls potentially named. But we don't even get to check it, right? That's gonna be the extra pain, right? We don't even get to check that their names are correct until we put all the costumes there. And therefore, if we messed that up, we're not even gonna know if we messed up the costumes or the names. Okay. So we have the Damien and Duncan. One of them is the quiet crayon eater. And one of them is, I think, the boy troublemaker. I think. Because Colin is the cat lover. Look at him. Look at him loving his cat. You know, a person loving their cat that much. There's just no way that they're the big meanie, right? So I think, yes, I think Colin is out of running for being the class bully, right? So I think he's fine over there because the two bullies, they're gonna be sitting over here. Right? And it's a boy and a girl. And actually we know that it's not the crayon eater, right? Because specifically it says the quiet crayon chewer cannot be near the cubbies, right? So while he eats crayons and the teacher doesn't want him eating any crayons, he is also not going to be the troublemaker. So if we figure out his name, that means he's going to be in the back row somewhere. And the cat lover needs an end seat, and we already put Colin in an end seat, so that's fine. Yeah, the cubbies. I mean, yeah, he eats the crayons. Okay, you've done it. You've done it. Good. Good. It gives me hope that I may be able to solve it. Tina likes to be by the door. That might help. That might help. Because that would put her in this seat, and that would mean Tina is the troublemaker, one of the troublemakers. Yes, I've missed that note in all of the information overwhelmed. And then Dot put Damien next to his crush. So I think the crush, we know... sometimes I click on it and it closes. Oh, that's it. That's it. I've worked it out. This is the cabbie of the crayon eater, right? Because the crayons, this is the only crayons that are chewed up. And then here, it says cat love, right? So he's the only kid with a crush, which means Damien is the crayon eater. I've worked it out. So Damien, the crayon eater, and therefore that leaves this boy to be Duncan. So that means if Tina likes to be by the door, Tina is one of the troublemakers, and she sits here. Then Damien is not the troublemaker because he's the quiet crayon eater, which means that Duncan is the second troublemaker. And now we just have to sit Damien and Brentley. So what do we know about... Bailey can't go behind Tina. Do you mean Brentley can't go behind Tina? Because they're friends? Yeah. Yes, that makes sense. So Brentley has to go behind Duncan and Damien has to go... No. Nope. Nope. Everything is wrong. Okay. So. Review. I'm gonna screenshot this and put it on my screen to the side. I'm sorry you're not gonna see this, but it's just easier for me to be able to read this on the side rather than just constantly switching it. But I will read it out, right? So you know what I'm thinking. So we have, yes, the best friends can't sit directly behind or in front of each other. So I assume we're doing only cardinal directions. Diagonals are fine. The king and queen of trouble making must be closest to my desk, right? So that's why I assume those two seats are the two troublemaker. One is a girl, one is a boy. Right? Put Bailey and Lyle in the middle seats. That's where this started, right? Bailey and Lyle are in the middle seats. And then put Marley between Houston and Bailey, right? So that's how we got into it's Bailey, Marley, and Houston as a configuration. And then it said, put Houston in the back row, away from the troublemakers, right? So that, for me, those three rules about where Bailey and Lyle are in the middle, and that it's Bailey, Marley, Houston, and that Houston is in the back row and away from the troublemakers, that set this shape as being Lyle, Bailey, Marley, Houston, right? That made sense to me as a logic. So I think that works. So then Kat and Colin probably need glasses. what I've read into that is that Kat and Colin can't see the board very well, and therefore they are likely sitting in the front, right? Because they probably need glasses. And then it says the cat lover needs an end seat. And we know Colin is the cat lover because that's his me and my friends picture where he has a cat and has short blonde hair. That's how we identified Colin as this boy, and that's how we identified Colin as the cat lover. And therefore, him being in the front and having an end seat makes sense here, right? And that then puts Kat into this seat because, again, needs glasses, sits at the front. But yes, the king and queen of troublemaking must be closest to my desk. And Duncan, oh, I know. Okay, so I see what's wrong. Duncan is a terrible influence on Lyle. Keep them apart. But we are currently breaking this rule, right? Because currently Duncan is sitting next to Lyle, which means Duncan should be here if he's one of the troublemakers, which we assume he is because Damien is the quiet crayon eater. But that would mean that maybe it's Brantley who's the girl that's the bully. Anything about where Damien... Don't put Damien next to it, Crash. Okay, so that's Kat. So that's fine. He's not next to Kat. But Tina and Brantley can't be next to each other, so then Damien here and Tina here? Yeah! Okay. So yes, that one broken rule led to everything else being wrong. Okay, but that at least, I think it also feels to me from that information that I probably have the names in here correct, right? And they're not popping in because of the costumes. Yeah, that was like right next to the door. I guess this is close enough. Is by the door, I guess. I was like, but you know, they literally like make this desk lit up by the light of the door, like the premium door spot it is. I was like, that sounds like the door seat, but fine, fine. I've assumed too much. I've assumed too soon. But yes, I think that then leads me to those names are probably assigned correctly. But we have to do the costumes. So now we have kind of a similar type of a puzzle happening here, where we get a bunch of partial information, both about the order of the poses on the throne and about who wants to be what animal in order to work out the other bits. Now, I did say I thought maybe the Tink kid was the king in the play, but based on this, I guess he's not, because the Tink kid is called Lyle. And so he wasn't one of the candidates to be king. So this is the play. So I assume this is the king. And he says, I can't believe that happened, because he sat on the whoopee cushion. And we know this is Bailey. in this costume. At least I think so. Bouquet of paper flowers. I assume he may have dropped them, like they're just lying here. That's his accessory. Yeah, and they're all here, sunglasses, they're laughing and all that stuff. That's a lot. Okay, so we know that Marley, Damien, or Houston are the king. But we actually know that Marley is not the king because Marley is already the cheetah with the feather boa. So it's Houston or Damien that are the king, assuming this note is correct. So yeah, they had to bring fun things, strike poses. One of the zebras is last. Like, I don't know whether the way they are on the stage and behind the stage, right? Like, does that tell us anything about the order? Yes, please stop eating those, because yes, if he's eating crayons, then that it would be a problem. He just likes to eat crayons. He's just like this. Yeah, what else? I'm like, are we doing orders or I guess we can't be doing orders, right? Because we have to put names here, which means we cannot do orders until we've identified who is which animal, because otherwise we don't have the link, right? We don't have the link between whose name to put in here if we only know the order of the animals. So I think we have to do the costumes here. So Cat and Duncan do not want to be cats. Yes, that helped us already to identify the fact that Cat was not the tiger. And we know Cat and Duncan are not the king, which means they could be the brown elephant or they could be the zebras. Lyle and Colin do want to be cats. Currently, neither of them is assigned to be a cat, right? But there's still tigers and cheetahs available. Duncan and Tina want to wear hats. Okay, so we have two animals with hats. One is the brown elephant, is wearing a hat. And then the zebra backstage is wearing a hat. I assume a crown is not a hat, right? A crown does not count as a hat. Which means that, yeah, Duncan and Tina are either the elephant or the zebra. Your guess would be Duncan's the elephant because he's laughing really loud and he's the bully. Yeah. I mean, because yes, I was already trying to read into the fact that yes, this elephant and this zebra are like the king and queen of the bullying because they're the ones laughing the most. But maybe. Tina and Brentley. Oh, actually. So Tina, she wants to wear a hat and she wants to be something with stripes, which makes her a zebra with a hat, right? Because that's stripes and a hat. So Tina is the zebra with the hat. So yes, then therefore I think Duncan is the elephant with the hat. And yes, it totally works as well with him super laughing about the... Yes, not a cat in the hat. Okay, that's some more. Yes, I'm once again like, let's get a screenshot of this to the side so I can inspect this some more while I'm also looking at what names I have remaining, because the clicking is gonna drive us mad. Or at least me. Maybe you're okay with it. So yeah, we've assigned Bailey, Duncan, Tina, Marley. Okay, so we still have Houston or Damien down as potentially the king. We don't have any extra information about Houston or Damien, you know, wanting to be dressed up as anything else. Yes, they don't have that, right? They don't split the different sections of guessing into different windows. They don't let you rearrange any of it. So yes, there's a lot of clicking in and out, trying to find information, then come back here, compare things. Yes, I'm blaming bad UI on my troubles I'm having with solving all of those things. Lyle and Colin want to be cats. Yes, cool. And a lot of them are wearing sunglasses. I was like, can I move the ones I've already used off to the side so they're not in the way? So they're at the end here. So I'd be like, okay, those 4 at the end already are done. Yes, so Cat and Duncan don't want to be cats. Which, Duncan is not a cat. So Cat does not want to be a cat. And we actually, yes, we have 1 zebra remaining. And Cat was not in... She was not in line to be the king. Which means she would have to be the other remaining zebra. I think. So then we have 2 tigers, 2 cheetahs, and the king remaining. Colin and Lyle want to be cats. Yes. So I think this might be where it becomes intertwined with the order as well. Right? Because sometimes it tells us what animal sits on the throne, and sometimes it tells us what person sits on the throne, right? Which could probably narrow down who's who, because it's like none of the cheetah is posed directly before or after each other, which means the cheetahs need to be distributed, right? And that might also lead us to doing some matches with some of the names. Yeah, so all of them have to take turns striking their best pose on the throne. Whoever looks the coolest will become the next leader. So they all just go sit on the throne. So one of the zebras is last. The brown elephant goes first. So that actually tells us that Duncan goes first. Because we already know that he's the brown elephant. So, you know, that's 1/9 of that puzzle solved. None of the cheetahs pose directly before or after each other, which means the cheetahs will have to be like, you know, distributed between, and there's 3 of them. So they have to be spread out. The second tiger to pose has a 3-striped tail. Do we know who that? No. It's the one with the umbrella and the green glasses. So whoever that is gonna be second tiger to pose. Not the second person, the second tiger. And there's 3 tigers. Bailey goes directly after Marley. We know Marley is the feather boa cheetah, and we know Bailey is the tiger with the basketball. But again, we don't know where they go directly after each other. The animal with 2 striped tail goes directly before an animal with 3 striped tail. Which I'm pretty sure it's only the... Yes. No, this is 2 stripes, this person. Bailey, who has the basketball, she got 4 stripes. But the zebras have striped tails as well, right? So this zebra has 4 stripes, and this zebra has 3 stripes. So when it talks about stripes on tails, it doesn't mean just the tigers. It could be a zebra. Colin goes 4th. Okay? Colin, don't know what animal he is. He goes 4th. Done. One of the cheetahs is second to last. So we're gonna have to have cheetah. Then cheetah after either 5th or 6th. And cheetah 2nd or 3rd, right? Because we won't be able to have... Like, otherwise they won't be able to... they will be touching each other. And, you know, they can't be one after another. So yes, that cheetah's 8th, and then 5th or 6th, and then 2nd or 3rd. Does that help? I mean, eventually it will, but right now it's like... And then yes, one of the zebras is last. We know that one... We know the zebras. We know it's Kat and Tina are the zebras. I'm thinking... Right? What am I thinking? I'm thinking... Because obviously some of them are still on the backstage. Right? So are they backstage because they've already done their thing and they walked off? Or are they backstage because they have not yet gone? Right? Are we saying only some of them have gone and that's why they're on stage? And therefore, like, this would be the people that are the 3 at the end of the queue? Yeah, because yeah, the brown elephant is on stage, right? So he's already been and he stayed on stage. But then... Because yeah, she says everyone get backstage, that was not part of the play. So I assume she interrupts the play before they have finished. Right? So she tells them all to get off now, even though they're not done. So can we presume, are we gonna regret it, that the zebra in the top hat, which is Tina, is the last zebra? Then the cheetah and the feather boa is the one that's second to last. And that one's Marley. I mean, I may be making a mess out of it, but that's my best lead so far. And then right before that goes the tiger with the 2 stripes. We don't know who that is, but it's this one here. The one facing backwards. Bailey is meant to go after Marley. Yes. That's good thinking, which means that is not a good assumption. It's not a good assumption, and I was hoping there that it was not a trap, and yet it was a trap. But also the what they say, right? Wait, it has to be you. Ooh, right? Huh? Right, as they're talking as if you're gonna be the one that wins, right? Because it feels like it's basically part of the play, like they're supposed to decide who are the best pose, right? So it would almost, this dialogue was almost implied that they've already gone, right? Because they're talking about, yeah, it has to be you, like you're gonna be the winner. But where does that leave us? Yes, hello. Are you here to help? Or are you here to cause mess? Hmm? Yes, she's here to tech support or tech destroy. Bailey goes directly after Marley. And Marley is a cheetah, which means she has to be separated from the other cheetahs. Like, we don't even know what Colin is that he just goes forth. He wants to be a cat, so he's gonna be one of the cats. Like, can we even decide between who is the king? Who is the king in this situation? Alright. If our remaining options for king are Damien or Houston, right? So it's the Crayon or this guy. The one thing we know about Houston from this, that it said that put Houston in the back row away from the troublemakers, as if, you know, if he's near the troublemakers, then he's going to cause trouble, or if he's near the troublemakers, they are going to bully him, right? Because what we can kind of assume from the play here is that he's getting bullied. Does the plushie? I mean, it is a cat, so yeah, it could be telling us something. I've not actually noticed something else now. While they're wearing costumes, you can still see their eyelids. And actually you can see that the elephant has white eyelids, but like this cheetah here, they got brown eyelids. So it actually, you know, at least for the ones that are not wearing glasses, that might be a clue as to who is in which costumes. Because yes, we can see white eyelids on the king, white eyelids on this zebra, and then brown eyelids on this cheetah. Can't see anything here. So between Damon and Houston, it feels like Damien has to be the king, right? Because if Houston was the king, then the eyelids would be brown. Is that how we're gonna be doing this? So it is Damien, the king of eating crayons, that is being the king and bullied. I mean, they did say he was the quiet crayon eater as well, so adds up with him whispering, just saying, "Oh, I can't believe that happened," right? So he's quiet. He's not gonna speak up about it. Okay. So that's one more. We have Houston left. We have the zebras. We have this. Okay, so we just have 2 cheetahs and 2 tigers. Should we assume Houston is the cheetah? I guess, because we already know Tina is the zebra, and therefore no one else is remaining who could be, whose eyelids this could be. So therefore Houston is this cheetah. Okay, so that brings us down to 3. 2 tigers and 1 cheetah. Cat and Duncan don't want to be cats. That's already resolved. Nothing to do here. Lyle and Colin want to be cats. Well, we only have cats left. That's not helpful, boys. Tina and Brantley want to be something with stripes. Okay. But we have 2 tigers left and 1 cheetah. So, Colin is the cat lover. Yes, you might be right about the plushie, right? That if Colin was to bring some accessory, he might bring a cat plushie with him. I'm not sure who would be like bringing an umbrella. There was another thing here. There was a thing about the kids being like student of the season. So I don't know whether it's like Lyle likes fall, so he would bring an umbrella or something silly like that. Because that would open, although he's wearing like sunglasses, so that might be more of a parasol than an umbrella or anything like that. But yes, let's go with that then. Let's go with Colin the cat lover brought a cat plushie, and therefore he's this cheetah with those glasses. And now we have the 2 tigers, Brantley and Lyle, right? Remaining. What does that tell us? The one is the tigers with 3 stripes, and one is the tiger with 2 stripes. Are they mentioned in any more way? The second tiger to pose has 3 striped tail. So, I mean, is that their own stage? Is there anything? Because, like, after the show, right, where are all the costumes? Where did they put them all? Because, like, it's not like we can look into their lockers and see that, you know, that's where their accessories are and then match them to the lockers, right? That's not a thing we get to do. I don't know. Should I go with my silly assumption that Lyle is the fall kid? He's got an umbrella? No, that's too stupid. That's just reaching for stupid things. How do I tell the 2 tigers apart? Well, what we know is that... No, that's Bailey and Marley. They go after each other. Tina and Brantley want to have stripes. Yes, well, she's gonna be a tiger, so that's true. No, the parents in the audience are like, ooh, right. I think this is like, I don't know, Colin Ting sits here, because I think that's his hair. And it's just a program and stuff like that. They don't have any... Who raised that child? I'd be so embarrassed, right? So I don't think they really, like, super have anything that helps with that. No, they're not very helpful with that. Yeah, that would be nice, right? That would be nice if we could like match someone with one of the props. Is there anything else we know about like Brentley? She's got a flower in here. And she likes pink and pizza. And she wants to be a dog doctor. None of those things are really coming through in the costume situation, right? And Lyle just has crayons and glue. Can we do more with the order? Maybe. Like one of the zebras is last. So we know either Kat or Tina are going to be last. I may have to start doing like notes where I can erase things and whatever, but yes, I'll try to talk through it. So in the last position, I got Kat or Tina. Then one of the cheetahs is second to last. So we know all of the cheetahs. So 8 is either Houston, Colin, or Marley. But we know that Bailey goes directly after Marley, which means Marley is not in position 8, right? Because that would make that impossible. So 8 is Houston or Colin. But Colin goes 4th, because it says so directly here, which means Houston has to go 8th, right? He's the only one remaining to be the cheetah in 8th position. So that adds something to here. Writing helps. What else we've got? None of the cheetahs post directly before or after each other. Yes. So we already know that 5 or 6 can be a cheetah. Or 1 or 2 can be a cheetah. Right, because that will be the only way that the cheetahs are not after each other. Because if we have a cheetah in 8, then they can't be 7. Why did I lose Houston's name? Where did he go? Accidentally got removed. I guess when I was assigning, like, I moved it from here to here and it did the idle thing where it unassigns them instead of just copying the name. So he still has a name. Animal with a 2-striped tail goes directly before an animal with a 3-striped tail. So there is a 3-striped zebra. And there is a 2-striped tiger. And then we also have a 3-striped tiger. But we do not have a 2-striped zebra, right? There is a 3 or a 4-striped zebra. So that yes. So it's only a 2-striped tiger that can be a first one in this, right? It's just that it's either a tiger zebra or a tiger order. Um, we also know that the second tiger to pose has a free striped tail. And this whole Bailey and Marley. So we know that Bailey is the 4-striped tiger. And Marley is a cheetah. So I think there is a relationship between those things. I think there's a relationship between second tiger to pose has 3 stripes. Bailey goes directly after Marley, and the cheetahs don't go together, and the animal. Obviously, there is a thing, right? But somewhere here is that nugget I need to figure out how they go. Because the second tiger to pose has 3 striped tail, right? So that means the 2-striped tiger. There has to be room for the 2-striped tiger to go, and there has to be room for the 4-striped tiger to go after. Like the tiger with the 3 stripes has to be somewhat in the middle. And the tiger with the 3 stripes is the yet unidentified glasses and umbrella person. But that means that Bailey and is there 3 tigers or 2 tigers? No, 3 tigers. It's just that we haven't identified them. Bailey and the other tiger have to be like closer to the start and end then. Something. I'm going crazy. If Bailey goes directly after Marley. Yes, I'm trying. So basically, options are, if Bailey goes directly after Marley, then one of the option is that second position is Marley. And third position is Bailey. Right? Because that would do Bailey goes directly after Marley. Another option for that is Marley is either 5th or 6th. But if Marley's 5th, that leaves no room for the 3-striped tiger to have gone a second tiger. Marley can be because of Colin. Yes, you are correct. Because Colin is there, so a cheetah cannot be. So actually, the 6th position has to be cheetah. The 5th position cannot be a cheetah. Right, so it's only 6th position that can be a cheetah. If Marley goes 6th and Bailey goes 7th, I'm like, I have to go keep checking the stripes, right? Bailey has the 4 things. The second tiger to pose has 3 striped tail, which is this one. So yeah. So Marley and Bailey can be either 2nd and 3rd or 6th and 7th. That's what I got so far. We still have to fit one of the zebras somewhere, right? Because it mentions that one of the zebras is last. And that's either Tina or Kat. But then it absolutely does not mention the second zebra. Which further leads me to think that the 3-stripe animal mentioned here could be the 3-striped zebra, because that would help position it. The animal with a 2-striped tail goes directly before an animal with a 3-striped tail. Which would potentially create the zebra. No, the zebra doesn't have 2 stripes. The zebra has 3 or 4. It's 2 and 3-striped tiger. So there's a tiger with 2 stripes. Hard. I'm trying to think, like, what can I eliminate from here, right? To help me better see. Because, like, one of the cheetahs is 2nd to last, no longer matters, right? We've used that information, should pay no attention to it. Colin goes 4th, we've used that information. The brown elephant goes 1st, we use that too. But yes, the rest is very, like, everything is touching each other. So we still have the relationship of a 2-striped tiger goes before a 3-striped tiger or a 3-striped zebra. Which are the 3-striped zebra is Tina. But we don't know about the 2 and 3-striped tigers. Because we only know the 4-striped tiger is Bailey. Which means that they also have to fit as a pair somewhere. Yeah, like there are options, and I'm just yes, it's like Marley and Bailey could be up front. Then we need the... Yes, my brain hurts as well. Then we need the 3-striped tiger to be the second tiger to pose. Which means if Bailey goes second, then whoever is the three-striped tiger would have to go fifth, basically. Because that makes it the second tiger to pose after Bailey. And after that, we could potentially see the two-striped tiger followed by the three-striped zebra. But that's not set in, right? Because we could... I know, actually it is. Because if Marley and Bailey go second and third, then the three-striped tiger has to go in that order, right? Because then the three-striped tiger cannot go after the second striped tiger. Because that would be too late. That would put it in the last position instead of the second position. But could it be swapped, right? Could it be the two-striped tiger goes second, then the three-striped zebra, then the three-striped tiger, and then Marley and Bailey. Because that could also work, I think. Like, the two things can be swapped, but I think the three-striped tiger is locked in to being fifth. Like, we just don't even know what the name of the three-striped tiger is. We don't know which kid is the three-striped tiger, but I think they are going to be fifth because otherwise the orders don't work. I'm going back to this whole, is Lyle the tiger with the umbrella because he's the fall kid? And Brandley is the tiger, just the other tiger, because she's not the fall kid. Apparently I was right, like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. Oh dear God. Okay, but then we can try things, right? Because then we could say, because then we know that Lyle is this three-striped tiger, and therefore Lyle has to go fifth. Then if the three-striped zebra is going earlier on, then it's the four-striped zebra that goes last. And the four-striped zebra is Cat. So Cat goes last. Right, she's the zebra that goes last. So then we're left with Marley and Bailey go here. I mean, I don't know whether that's correct, the fall kid, because I was like, that kind of makes sense, but it also makes it such a stretch. So if you have a better explanation of how I'm supposed to tell them apart? Please. Because clearly I was here destroying my brain. And then the other two, the two-striped tiger, are Brentley. And the three-striped zebra is Tina. Okay. Ah, it is done. Well, not everything, but those two things. They're done. Yes, so during something, someone... So during the play, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So, because that's the thing, right? What is happening is someone puts a whoopee cushion on the throne so that when someone sits on the throne, the king, I assume, there is a fart noise and everyone laughs because we're in elementary school. At least that adds up. So I sorta assume it's one of the bully kids that put the whoopee cushion here. Okay, well, that's fine. If it relates to the whole story, then yeah, maybe too spoily. Which yeah feels like one of the bullies did the whoopee cushion, right? Someone hid a tooth bag, they call it, on the throne, which what, embarrassed someone because she was to something. Then during the graduation ceremony, I think is someone tripped Lyle and yes, I started and then it got hard. Yes, who did the tooth bag? I mean, I'm sort of suspecting Duncan because he's there just laughing and stuff. But could also be someone else. So yeah, someone hit the tuba on the throne, which embarrassed... well, I guess it embarrassed Damien, right? Because he's the one that's standing there being like, I can't believe that happened. Right? So at least I think because she was what? It is possible, but in this case, I guess yes, Lyle's here, and they are all looking at him and laughing. So yes, actually you might be right. I think I was sort of focused on the fact that, yes, Damien just standing there being, oh, I can't believe that happened. But actually, yes, we have the bullies here laughing and pointing. We have Lyle here basically running off stage, kinda. And yes, we have Bailey right behind him being like, oh, you're being mean, stop laughing, right? So during the play, someone hit Tootbag on the throne, which embarrassed Lyle because she was too... something. I mean, I assume he sits on the throne because he wins. Do we even have words for that? We have last to pose, but then he wasn't last to pose, right? He was fifth to pose. Then during the ceremony, someone tripped Light and embarrassed him again. I mean, that sounded like a good idea. So during the ceremony, we've got Lyle was sitting here, so he had to walk past Duncan and Houston. Well, Bailey didn't do it. Kat, Tina, and Colin. Again, probably Colin and Bailey maybe didn't do it, right? Because Bailey definitely, like, she's sad about it and she was defending him. And then again, we're saying Colin is a good boy because he loves cats. And obviously those three are out of the running because he wouldn't be going past them from this chair, right? He wouldn't be doing that. But that means it wasn't Brentley, because she's the other bully. She's the other bully in the class, and she was sitting too far away. She wouldn't be able to trip him up. Yes, Colin loves cats. He's a saint, right? This is where we're gonna find out Colin did it, and we were wrong about all of humanity. Huh. Like, I'm wondering where we're supposed to get that from. Where are we supposed to get it from? Who wants to mess with him, right? Is it just based on them being the bullies? Is there some other clues I haven't found that are specifically about the fact that they are targeting Lyle, right? The thing is about the play. If we said Duncan did it, the thing with Duncan is that he sits first, right? He sits first, so if he put a whoopee cushion on the throne after he sat down on it, it wouldn't be Lyle that sits on the cushion. Actually, if it would be the person before Lyle that did the whoopee cushion, it was Colin, right? It would be Colin. And then during the ceremony, Colin sits next to Lyle. And then he would be tripping him up, right? Colin, the cat boy, is evil. Colin hid a toothbag on the throne, which embarrassed Lyle because he was something next to pose. Then during the ceremony, Colin tripped Lyle and embarrassed him again. Okay. I don't think it was Colin. I think Colin is exonerated. I have slandered our boy's good name. I should be ashamed of my actions and everything I just said. Yep, straight to jail right away. Okay, you know, end stream, I'm going to jail. Sorry, you don't get to find out what the answers are. Okay. So I assume it's the names that are wrong. Right? Because I assume that's what we're talking about in terms of events. It happens during the play. Someone hides a tool bag on the throne, which is embarrassing, right? Lyle gets that because they were next to Pose. I guess I don't know whether that's the reason. It makes sense as a sentence that they were next to Pose, but then that would point at Colin. Then during the ceremony, someone tripped him up and embarrassed him again. That also makes sense. It's just who did it, right? I mean, we can go with Duncan just on the fact that he's a nasty, nasty boy. But then what's this sentence, right? Because he... Which embarrassed Lyle because he was what? Dropped, embarrassed, scared, struck, switched through, tripped. Again, bouquet, ceremony, closing. Fourth, last. Mean. Next. Opening place, second. Throne, two. Two. Yeah, it's possible that yes, he was there just being like, okay, he's next, let's slide it in. But what does that mean for this sentence, right? Because he was what? Like, I'm struggling to find the words. Like, what goes here? Was something to verb. Because he wasn't last. He wasn't fourth. Was he mean to someone? Are we saying Lyle is also... Oh. Here. There is a card, a letter, a something from Mrs. Tink. I appreciate you letting me know about the behavior changes you've been noticing in my son. I'm truly sorry for any disruption our son has been a part of. He has some trouble making friends, so I think he just wants to look cool. We had a nice talk with him again, and I think we got through to him. I know there aren't many days left to school, but please let us know if things don't improve, right? So he was mean to someone. I think that's what happens. Lyle was also getting into something. So he was mean to... But then there's a verb. So then it doesn't work. It's not mean to a person. It's a mean to a verb. Like, that whole plan doesn't work. Like, which verb even is it? Dropped, struck, embarrassed, switched. Hid through. Pose, tripped, scared. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? The grammar is sort of very limiting here. It was something too, right? Too dropped doesn't work. Too struck, no. Too embarrassed, no. Too switched. To hit, to through, to pose, to trip, to skirt. Yes, it just feels like it has to be pose, right? That nothing else is gonna work here. But then what? He poses fifth, right? So I mean, next to pose might still work. But then that still says it's three or more wrong. If I put all of those words in. Like, I didn't improve the situation at all by switching into Duncan. Also here, Duncan sits like on the very end of the thing. It feels like, I don't know, a bit late to trip someone up right in front of the teacher. I don't know. And also he looks like shocked almost, right? He's like, I didn't do that. I'm like trying to read their faces of like, which one of you did it? But yeah, he looks shocked, like he didn't do it, like he's just like, oh, yeah. So it could have been Houston. It could have been Kat or Tina. Yes, though, like they have such smug faces, right? Laughing at it all. Because, yeah, I'm trying to like three or more wrong. Because that would... I mean, scared, sure. Struck, I'm not sure. Scared? I mean, we don't even know if it's improving, right? Because we have so many wrong. But then this kind of works with the whole, you know, which embarrassed Lyle and then embarrassed him again. Yeah, I mean, there's so much wrong that it's hard to tell whether, like, over three wrong, it's just always wrong, right? We're not super improved. Like, if we have four things wrong, it's not gonna improve because we change one thing. So what? I assume then Duncan is wrong. That's not correct. Like, we're missing a motive, right? we have, you know, people with opportunities. Like, it feels a bunch of people here, you know, they had the opportunity to put the whoopee cushion on the throne. But then it's like, what motive did they have? Is it possible to find out? Well, that's the thing, right? I'm not sure. He's been a part of disruption. So something came from that. When we were doing the seeds, Like, Lyle's in the middle seat. And then Duncan is a terrible influence on Lyle. Keep them apart, right? So Duncan has been putting Lyle on the wrong path, right? And then Lyle gets a talking to from his parents. And they're saying, no, you shouldn't do this, Lyle, right? And Lyle was just trying to look cool in front of Duncan. So then she sits them apart. So that, you know, Duncan stops influencing him. Yeah, it does make me suspect Duncan more, but it doesn't seem to work very well. Would Lyle have hit the toothbag and done what? Fallen for his own toothbag trap? That would be weird. Right? Yeah, that makes us like how does this work? Like, what we know for sure is that there's a play and there's a ceremony, right? That's for sure. I think those are the right words. Because they have a thing. Yes, graduation ceremony, a short play. Right, those are the correct words. So that works. And then I think it's embarrassed because that makes sense. But just absolutely thrown by the rest of it. So yes. Huh. But then what the sentence would be if we're saying, you know, it was one person did one thing and the other person went with revenge, right? Then during ceremony, someone tripped Lyle and embarrassed him too? Yeah. Okay, let's go with that idea. During the play, Lyle hid a toothbag on the throne, which embarrassed Brentley. Because she was next to Post, so she was next to Post. And during the ceremony, but Brentley couldn't do it. Brentley cannot trip him up because Brentley sits here. So it would have to be Duncan, maybe. You know, doing revenge for Brentley because they're the chief troublemakers. Okay, 2 all rest wrong. We're making an improvement. Yes, Brentley does have best friends. Brentley is friends with Marley and Tina. So Marley's here, but Tina is here. So Tina is the one doing the revenge. Oh my god. We did it. We did it together. Lyle wanted to look cool in front of Duncan, the class prankster, so he snuck a toothpick onto the throne after he took his turn. Apparently, the class bully was humiliated when she sat in and everyone laughed, so she planned to try apply at the graduation to get even. However, since Lyle wouldn't have to walk in front of Brandley or Marley, Tina had to actually do the deed. Oh, it had to be you, Scene. Okay. Yeah, I mean... there is some sort of cutscene. Yes, everyone's at home. She set me up. Somehow, some way. I just know it. Kat is like, I had to take a bath. That was horrible. Can you believe such incompetence? At least they didn't break it. I worked so hard for my prize. I'll never be a boss babe now. I mean, you don't need that. Don't be boss babe. I don't think your dad will ever let me something. Yes. Dog's sad because no food, no rope. I thought he really cared about me. I guess I've made my share of enemies too. Yes. This really was the worst day. Yes. Grandpa's like, you know what? People hate me too. I'm a terrible person. And people don't like me. This game was a labor of love by husband and wife team. Thank you for your playing. Yes, that was... I mean, again, 2 people, effort. Yes, Grandpa's like, oh yeah, you know, if you're making enemies, you're doing something right. Right? Like, don't encourage this, Grandpa. Don't encourage this. Yes, it was a game made mostly by 2 people, so obviously lots of work. Yes, it was quite challenging. Obviously, considering the amount of hours we have spent on this. It's 1:30 at night here, so that's been way longer stream than I would generally do. But yes, as much as it was challenging, right? And that's and that was all good. And obviously, yes, they've managed to weave a story that goes all across it goes across the different characters, right? But there are connections, right? There are connections between the different chapters, connections between the different people, so you can kind of get those little things, you know, like, oh, I remember that. Oh, you know, it's the Gups again, or whatever their names were. So that's all nice. That's all made a whole nice package of the game. What I would say, some of the difficulty came from like a place of, yeah, making it maybe a little bit too convoluted. Right? Like, you're just having those puzzles with, like, yes, multiple levels of indirection because the kids are wearing costumes and they have to go in an order, and then, like, yes, some of the points just felt too obscure. Like I was saying last time, where I felt like when playing Idol, you get a lot more story out of investigating the scene. Yes, like, in Idol, it feels like if you investigate this scene, a lot of the time you get like a good gist of what the story is gonna be, even though you have to then obviously work through the details. Here, a lot of the time, it felt like I got the words and I was like, what? Well, like, where are we going? So, yes, sometimes it just felt a bit like too obscure, and there was just like one very subtle hint to even work something out, and then, you know, you're just running around and being like, where, what? But yes, 2 people game for, you know, a type of game they haven't made before. Obviously, yes, they put a lot of work in it and it shows, and that was definitely great. And yes, hopefully they will make more in the future, and hopefully they can work a little bit, yes, on the, you know, UI complexity, maybe allowing you to better inspect both the places where you fill things in and the information from the levels, right? because it felt like, yes, having to open the whole window covering your whole screen, and then coming in and out of that instead of being able to see your reference information, that was kind of painful as well, right? Because then you have to like take screenshots or do extra notes. It's nicer, yeah, with the idle where you can arrange the windows, but obviously, again, the idle people have more people on team now, and they have more money now from making the first game. So obviously, I'm not expecting the same level of things from just a 2-people team that they've done that. But yes, and yes, as you say, like it also screams for some sort of bring it all together, right? Because here we just take each of the chapter, take each one of the stories, and then it just ends. There isn't some sort of great conclusion on top of it all. But again, it doesn't make the game bad. It's just some little bits of notes. Anyway, I have done the game. It took us longer than I expected, way longer than I expected. Honestly, when I picked this game up, I was like, oh, we're just gonna smash through it and be done. Nope. So, it was fun, even though, yes, you had to watch me struggle. So thank you for those of you who stuck through this all. Thank you for those of you who, yes, participated in the madness in the chat, but also thank you for just watching in the background. That's also fine. And yes, I will hopefully see you Sunday again for something else. And then it's gonna be almost Christmas, so that's crazy. But yes. Thanks so much. Hope you have a good night, rest of your day, or whatever time it is for you. And yeah, see you soon. Bye-bye. And of course, thank you to all the members for supporting the channel. I didn't forget. And now, bye-bye.